You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
So last night, the NBA playoffs kept rolling, and the Mavericks got a win. That was nice to see. If you're rooting for them, if you're not, whatever.
It's also good to see. It's going to be a competitive series.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this one's going to play out because it does feel like it's going 7. I think they're going 7.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, they did win. The Mavericks did already get one in OKC, which is one of the it's one of the basketball arenas that have like an actual, what's it called?
Home court advantage?
Yes,
Yeah.
because those Oklahomans are I feel like they're still just happy to have a team. I
yes.
think they're just happy that they have a NBA franchise in their city, and they show it every time they have a good team. So taking one, they also won, and the Mavs won when Kyrie Irving had 9 points.
Mm-hmm.
So they kind of had stole a performance stole a win in a performance where you think that they can't really win a lot of games in the playoffs unless both Luka and Kyrie go off.
Yeah.
They got one without Kyrie going off.
And that's important. And then we mentioned earlier the Cavs won last night. How far do you think this series goes? Cavs Celtics. I love Jason Tatum after the game. We're not a super team.
Yeah. Well,
we didn't have the MVP.
I was going to say.
We only had 2 All-Stars.
He used it as a way, like a backdoor way to complain about the regular season awards that they didn't win by saying, we didn't have a coach of the year. We didn't. They're saying you're a super team. Well, if we're a super team, give us coach of the year and an MVP and more than 2 All-Stars. But yeah, I think this one, if you asked me before last night's game, I would have said 5. And so out of respect, I'll say 6. Although this is the exact same thing that happened last round with the Heat, where the Heat won game 2, and you go, oh, what's happening here? And the Celtics kind of detonate them for the last 3 games of the series. That's still on the table.
I think so too.
I'll give future Houston Rocket Donovan Mitchell one more game.
Yeah, I think it goes 6. I don't know who wins the Oklahoma City Dallas series, just because you have Luka and you have Kyrie on the court at the same time. And one of my favorite things in sports happened yesterday, where some anonymous GM tried to say that how much he can tell players celebrate when Luka Doncic leaves the court so they can play real basketball because they pass.
Yeah.
He's finally, I've been waiting for it because it was we always knew it was going to come. They're starting to put him in the James Harden category.
Yeah, because he plays just like James Harden. He plays exactly like James Harden.
It was very clear, like it was going to happen at some point. People were going to turn on him. How fun it is to watch Luka was going to become bad basketball, and arguably it probably is, honestly, because he doesn't really share the ball that much. But he's such an incredible talent. And then we mentioned this earlier a little bit. Frank Vogel officially got fired by the Suns yesterday.
Out.
Why? I don't know.
Apparently lost the locker room. There's a story in a Shams article that came out like 30 minutes after they got swept.
I do remember this.
Yeah, where they had a game late in the season against the Clippers, who went up at one point. They're up 35-4 in the first quarter on the Suns, and at halftime, because it was still a blowout at halftime, believe it or not. Frank Vogel like really laid into him, and the players apparently were like, this was very out of character for Frank Vogel, so it kind of like fell flat because he like wasn't really a big like screamer, and then it's like, oh, now you're gonna scream at us. Also, I'm Kevin Durant.
Like if you play for the Knicks, like Tom Thibodeau's gonna yell at you 24/7.
Yeah.
That's why he never has a voice.
And so exactly. I think it was a loss to the locker room. Also, if you're the Suns, and this is also something we talked about, you really can't make any moves to improve this team that don't involve, or you can't make any moves to improve this team.
Mm-hmm.
The only other moves you can do are to blow it up. And so if you're not going to blow it up, the most disposable piece, the piece that you could unplug and then plug back in, is the coach, and that's kind of that. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, and I would expect Frank Vogel to get a job pretty quick here.
Yeah, I mean, won the 2020 Lakers title.
Yeah,
and so he was good in Indiana back about 10 years ago now. So yeah, I think
would
I
shock
think
you if he was like the Bucks coach.
that would be a little surprising.
If they bailed on Doc.
I'd be surprised that I'd be more surprised that they bailed on Doc than they hired Frank Vogel.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
I I'll never forget that Doc Rivers just going back to basically telling the GM, like, "Are you sure you want to do this?
Yeah.
Like, are you sure?
Are you sure you want to fire this guy?
You sure you
or
want to fire
replace him
this
with
guy?
me?
Yeah,
Doc, Glenn,
Like,
Doc Rivers.
If someone is asking, "Are you sure?" as you call them and offer them a job, you probably should reflect on the decisions that you're making. But you lose an NBA locker room; it's impossible to get it back.
Yeah, I more so than like any other sport. It's so delicate a balance of like if the two best players, three best players on your team look at you and go, "All right, dude, you can't you can't move past that," and because of the outsized influence that the three best players on any basketball team have.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean Doc Rivers, if anything, or that's the Frank Vogel downside, and Doc Rivers probably would have been either in the coaching search for the Lakers or the Suns, and instead, again, unless he gets canned, and I'd be a little surprised if he gets canned from Milwaukee. He's kind of stuck with Milwaukee, who they have the best player of the bunch, but they seem like an aging team that is a few years away or a year or two away from going through some dark times.
All right, and then JJ Redick. He might not just be LeBron James's co-host. He's reportedly a top candidate for the Hornets job and for the Lakers job because they fired their coach. And an oldie but a goodie take from Colin Cowherd.
Talking about dusting off a classic.
Here's Colin Cowherd on his issues with JJ Redick potentially being the next head coach of the Lakers.
Don't love the backward hat for J.J. Redick.
You're going to open with that. Redick's got an interesting look. Collared shirt, backwards hat, tatted up arms.
I didn't hear a word LeBron said. I couldn't stop staring at the hat. J.J. Redick's going for NBA head coaching jobs. He looks like a guy that's going to move my couch. Didn't like it. I would tell J.J. to his face. I'm like, dude, you're going to be an executive in this league. You're going to be a high-level executive or coach. Well, whatever. You guys can go ahead and push back on that stuff. I didn't like it. It's my opinion, my show. Our show. I don't like that look at all. You are going to be an NBA coach. He's one of the most cerebral guys in the world talking basketball. Literally, he's so layered beyond. He's Christopher Nolan in Hollywood. He is directing at a different level. J.J. Redick is talking basketball at a different level. And look at this guy.
You're right, Colin. It's your show. You make millions and millions of dollars more than me.
He corrected and said our show because I'm sure Jason McIntyre frowned when he said it's
What a
my
loser.
show.
I hate Jason McIntyre.
It is his show.
He's such a punk. Here's the top 3 most miserable I've been producing radio shows is for Jason McIntyre.
Oh yeah.
When it was Yahoo Sports Radio on the network, it was like one of the first shows I've ever produced. Just did not enjoy it. And then I appreciate Scott Mampelt last night taking a shot at Colin. Because Jason Kidd was wearing a backwards hat. And he goes, I know some people in our industry have a problem with this. Not me. I appreciate that from SVP, who's actually good at his job. And this is such a dumb take. He can't wear a backwards hat?
I mean, I
like, what are we doing?
I think it's something where, and we have experience with this. Either a take ourselves that we have that we know is ridiculous.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I know I have a lot of bad takes, okay? I'm aware it's well documented at multiple stations. I have bad takes. I don't know if I have a comp for like you wear a backwards hat and you can't be a good quarterback, Baker Mayfield, or you can't be a good head coach, JJ Redick.
I think I have a few. I think I have
What?
A few. I don't like it when Steve Sarkisian goes into a deep squat when he's calling a play. I don't like that.
Okay.
I just don't like it. I don't like it when the camera cuts to him and he's sitting like a frog.
You just think of bad plays about to happen.
Yeah. Or every time they go to that shot, it's in the process of blowing a lead, or they've had 3 straight punts or something. Where I'm just like this visual is bad vibes. I also don't like certain jersey numbers where if a player's like wearing a certain jersey number, I'm like, this guy's probably not that good. I know that's ridiculous because it's just a jersey number, but
Yeah, but sometimes it's just because like there's no numbers left, and that's why they have that number.
if a cornerback is wearing a jersey number above the number 29, I'm like, throw it at this guy.
The
He's not
closest
any
thing
good.
I can think of, like I think what Adonai Mitchell, the new wide receiver for the Colts, is doing. I think what he's doing is really lame with his number.
Oh, I don't know what he's doing
He's wearing number 10
because
there was 10 receivers taken in front of him in the draft. I think that's so lame. Like you have to remind yourself every day.
At least
like,
it's 10.
I'm sorry you had.
He didn't pick 19.
I'm sorry you fell in the draft because you have diabetes and you're a bad teammate. Like
that's slander.
like that's why he fell apparently.
Slanderous. Yeah.
I think that's weird. But this is I just you can't be a good coach because you wear a backwards hat. It's so far fetched to me. Like I don't get it. I understand where you're coming from with your Sark take. Because like you at least are seeing something bad happening and his body language is poor.
Yeah,
like,
I guess
like he has bad body
just
language.
Body language is really what
like
it
I'm
is.
okay. Like maybe it's more like the Tom Herman P stuff. Like you can't be a good teammate if you're not hydrated. Like that's closer to
that
backwards hat.
is like functional to where it's like, yeah, I'm just making sure you're hydrated. The chart is ridiculous, but I'm at least what's important is that these guys are hydrated.
I just want to know like what other takes like this Colin Cowherd has. Like what is he? How does he think about visors? What would Colin Cowherd say about you?
He probably wouldn't love me.
You don't think he'd like your headband?
No, or hair. I can't imagine he's like, yeah, love what you're doing here.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with anyone. There's certain times like around here where they're showing people around that are like wearing suits and stuff, and they like walk into the producers.
You ever feel uncomfortable?
Booth. Well, I don't feel uncomfortable. I just feel like it's ridiculous that I look the way I look, and I'm shaking hands with a guy wearing a suit.
I know we dress like bums.
Who's a CEO, and I have a headband on.
Yeah. The worst is when I had like a fat dip in, and like David Gow would walk in. I was like, this is really awkward, and I'd have to like turn away and like try to like spit it out real quick so he didn't notice it, so I could shake their hand. Yeah, don't love when that would happen. It was not great.
No,
it did make me feel awkward. All right, what's going on in the NFL? Which coaches can wear backwards hats and which ones can't? That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So today's 10-minute drill is going to be kind of a little bit of a recap of yesterday's 10-minute drill.
Oh.
Because we have 3 stories that are exactly the same, but they are completely new updates.
And that, folks, is May 10th in the NFL.
Well, because they all did change quickly. So we have the first story in which Terran Arnold claimed that he got a call from Antonio Pierce and the Raiders saying that they flipped a coin if they were going to take him or Bowers after the draft. Ryan Clark of ESPN says he called Antonio Pierce, and Pierce denied speaking to Terran Arnold. There was no call and no coin flip. He said, quote, as soon as the last 2 QBs went off the board, we said Bowers all the way. So fake news, Terran Arnold. Who's lying here?
I think it's most likely that the Raiders told Terry Arnold that it was like a coin flip, but they used it in the phrase of it was a 50-50 choice, and it was a coin flip.
You think they still told him that?
They might have.
I think this is a young kid being very confused by what his agent's telling him.
Oh, that actually, it is less likely because what did he say that they?
He said there was no call. Yeah,
there's no call. They denied speaking to Terry Arnold. He did not deny speaking to Terry Arnold's agent, and the game of telephone going from there.
Yeah,
that's why I feel like is most likely is that they said it was a coin flip, and then Terry Arnold thought that they literally sat there and flipped a coin.
Yeah, and they probably were just like talking to his agent when they drafted another player.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
It somehow came up in conversation like, I thought you guys were taking my guy, and you took Brock
flip.
Bowers instead. And then they go, it's a coin flip, and then he passes that on to his player. Yeah, Terran Arnold, and Terran Arnold takes it very literally.
and that the second part from Pierce is very much PR spin of, we as soon as the last 2 quarterbacks went off the board, we said Bowers all the way. And Ryan Clark
that's still crazy to me that they took Bowers. I don't get it.
Ryan Clark in the tweet, and maybe he's copying and pasting a text, but we said Bowers all the way is in all caps. So he that is like they're saying it with their chest that they wanted a tight end.
Yeah, I really don't understand that draft pick for them because look, I guess I'm biased because I'm a Notre Dame fan, but they drafted a guy which people call him Baby Gronk last year, and Michael Mayer, who's a good football player, like a very good football player. So then they took another tight end.
Work for the Patriots.
Well, hopefully one of them's not a killer.
Whoa.
Next story.
Actually, that's totally in bounds. Don't make any jokes about Robert Kraft though. That's out of bounds.
No Robert Kraft jokes. No massage parlor jokes, which is such a bummer about the thing because there's so much material there.
Yeah,
and maybe that's why Brady had to make it out of bounds to say no Kraft jokes because that's literally all it would have been. It's talking about going to Jupiter, Florida.
Yeah, it's just funny all the jokes that were made, and that was the one that was out of bounds.
Like no go. Another update on a story. So we did this yesterday, not in the 10-minute drill, but Pro Football Talk did this whole like waxing poetically story about how the NFL's gambling policy is unclear and it's a gray area because Malik Neighbors admitted on a podcast that him and Jaden Daniels have a $10,000 bet on who would win Rookie of the Year. It was funny reading ESPN's headline of the story because it was much more positive. It was just like Daniels Neighbors have $10,000 offensive Rookie of the Year bet.
Like, look at this cute thing that these these college teammates are doing.
Well, what I kind of thought would happen is the bet's been called off. Now, Malik Neighbors did not say directly why this bet has been called off, but it's been called off. AKA, the NFL told him to publicly say it's been called off. Does the bet still exist?
Yes.
100% it does.
Does money change hands?
No. Caleb does. Okay. Caleb wins it.
I'm on the same page with you there. Where we talked about it yesterday. Where that's why this bet's kind of weird. Is that there's a chance and there's a pretty good chance that no one wins this bet.
Okay, so this is where we're at on today's show on Twitch. I just got DM'd on Twitch the same photograph from 2 different people, and it is a picture of looks like some kind of like sportish car. And the design it's a white car with the headband design on the side of the car.
Oh, okay.
This is where we're at. right now. As people are DMing me.
That's what I pulled up in, actually. That's what's in the Gal Media parking lot right now.
That's where we're at with the Twitch on today's show. So we've jumped the shark.
I purposely chose to wear this headband because I know you enjoy it.
I do enjoy it.
And I knew the Twitch would enjoy it too.
Speaking of Jaden Daniels, he is gonna get the number 5 from Tress Way, the Commanders punter.
Yes.
No money was exchanged.
Huh? What?
No money.
Has Tress Way made that much money in his career?
I'm gonna guess no to that.
Where he's like, you know what? Keep it, son.
But if you don't know who Tress Way is, he played at the University of Oklahoma. Boomer Sooner. So instead of money, Jaden Daniels is going to send Way and his family to an Oklahoma LSU football game, presumably with good seats, per source from Adam Schefter. What if he puts them in the 400s?
Yeah, presumably with good seats. That's no way to turn down money for tickets. It's
to go to another football game.
Yes. And also the amount of money, like we're not talking about like the money that would have that Daniels would have paid would have been. There's no way that was less than what these tickets cost. Like it was going to be $10,000, $20,000 at least, because at least from headlines, that's about the going rate for jersey numbers. And so to exchange that for just a couple tickets, 50-yard line, like terrible job.
And not only is it a terrible job, I'm assuming that these would be good for this year because, you might get cut, Tress Way, after a year. You never know. The game's not even in Oklahoma, which I guess that's why he doesn't need to get the tickets purchased for them. So they're going to go to Baton Rouge. What happens if the NFL schedule comes out and on November 15th, the Washington Commanders play in California? You're really like you're the punter and you're going to not be on that flight because you're going to be at the LSU-Oklahoma game?
Well, in the Schefter tweet, it says as part of the exchange.
November 30th.
When Way is done with his career, when he's done with his NFL.
Oh, so it's a future ticket.
That makes I get what you're saying.
That's even worse.
Yes, because you're giving Jay Daniels an out of 15 years from now, or actually, how old is Tress Way? How much?
I think he got in the league in like 2013. I thought I saw on his Wikipedia.
So Tress Way is 34 years old.
Okay. But here's the thing. He's 34. He probably can punt till you're like 40, 38, 36.
How many? Yeah, I'd say 38.
I mean, he made a Pro Bowl in 2022.
Okay, so he's pretty good. So yeah, let's give him 5 more years. Let's give him 5 more years. Just a solid 5 years.
Like Jaden Daniels can just block you.
Exactly. You're turning down money to hope that Jaden Daniels keeps a promise. And hey, I don't know anything about Jaden Daniels the person. I am not defaming his character in any way. I believe that Jaden Daniels keeps all of his promises. I am saying though that you are depending on Jaden Daniels to keep a promise
this
instead
is
of taking money today.
This is poor negotiating.
Awful.
Yeah, this is awful negotiating on Tress Way's part. And last thing here, Boomer Esiason. I find this interesting. So yesterday he goes on the radio in New York, and it goes viral. Awful Announcing picks it up. Barrett Sports Media, all those like news publications, that he is guessing that Christmas Day games, the 2 of them, will land on Netflix. He wasn't guessing.
No.
Because last night it got confirmed that these games are going to be on Netflix on Christmas Day. I think it's by Front Office Sports or the New York Times, one of the two.
Credit
that the actual multiple bevy of sources was the word that was used.
Was one of the sources Boomer Esiason?
Yeah, maybe.
Credit Boomer Esiason.
That
he was
these
on
games will be on Netflix on Christmas Day, which all right, like that's cool with me. I have that one. I don't have to worry about it.
I have that one.
I have that one. Well, it's like I said about Roku. Like I don't have Roku. And if the Astros are playing on Sunday morning, like I guess I'm just not watching you that day. 'Cause I'm not getting it.
No, and you know what? That's fair. That's how I am. I don't know how Apple TV Plus drew the short end of the stick.
Yeah.
But Apple TV Plus, just not the one I'm getting.
No, they don't have nothing. They don't have anything that I want. Like by the time I wanted to watch Ted Lasso, season 3 was out. and everyone was dogging it. So I was like, well, if the last season's that bad, I'm probably not going to watch the first 2 seasons.
Yeah.
The whole like premise of it is just not, I don't know.
Yeah, no, whenever a show is billed as a like, oh, this is a feel good show, I'm out.
Yeah, man, I'm watching Yellowstone. I'm watching Yellowstone.
Not to be the Grinch, but you gotta give me something else. It's got to be a good show, and then it also makes you feel good. It can't be the mission of the show is to make you feel. It's to be like, aw, heartwarming. Get out of my face. I don't need a pep talk. All right, give me a show.
And I'm gonna throw this one. This might not be a football story, but it could be. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Are you ready to go to commercial break when you play Madden?
Oh my God.
EA Sports CEO Andrew Wilson says they are looking in ways into putting ads into major games.
Of course.
Like, could you imagine, like, before, like, you're playing Madden, and between the first and second quarter, there's a 30-second ad break. You're gonna have to, your games are going to update every day to put new ads in. Like, this is crazy. What's funny though too is they use a photo of a Star Wars. So like between cutscenes, there's going to be a 30-second commercial for Rocket Mortgage,
or between like the multiplayer, like whatever you die in Call of Duty, and then
Warzone.
You have to watch a Doritos commercial before
you get back in
before you respawn. Yeah. Oh my. Do you think that people in video game companies just sit in a boardroom and they go, now what idea can we do
to ruin our product?
No, that makes the most money and pisses the most people off at the same time? Because I feel like every idea they have, the two goals are to piss someone off or piss off your fan base, and then also make a little bit more money.
Yeah,
probably a lot more money.
No, well, this one would be a lot more money because people will buy it like crazy.
Yeah,
like I can't imagine like you're playing online in Madden, like you're in a game, and all of a sudden it's like, here's 30 seconds for
Also,
men's testosterone.
Here's a Gatorade commercial.
Eric the Driver says NBA 2K did that and it blew up in their face. I don't remember that. I don't remember.
I don't remember an actual commercial. There's a lot of product placement in NBA 2K where it's like, if you call a timeout, the timeout is brought to you by Gatorade. Like how it is on real TV.
Yeah, they would do that. Or like if you would like do like the creative player, like all the merch you could buy had like logos on it.
Yeah, where it's like, and like you get sponsored, but you get sponsored by actual like Reese's Cups
real
or whatever.
Yeah. Which I thought was like, that's actually a creative way to force it in there. All right, when we get back, the Jonathan Fagan for the Houston Chronicle put the story in there. We mentioned it earlier a little bit, very briefly, just suggesting that the Rockets are more likely to trade or are looking to trade their top 10 pick potentially, rather than keep it. Is that the right decision? We can do it next on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, one other Texans note today from minicamp.
Oh, great.
Kamari Lassiter was asked about the weather before the practice or on the field today, how hot it was.
Okay.
He said, quote, "This is not 80. And then Blake Fisher was asked about the Texas heat, and he said, it gets hotter, so it gets hot. Other observations from Texans minicamp later on the show.
Was Kamari Lassiter saying this is an 80?
Like, this is only 80, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because
this doesn't feel like it's 80.
Okay, yeah, because he played at Georgia, and so I guess I just have higher expectations.
Maybe,
for
I don't know.
Heat tolerance, whereas Fisher played at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
So he's probably like,
I understand him.
He's like, oh, geez, this is, he doesn't sound like that. He doesn't sound like a Midwesterner. Oh, geez.
I mean,
I burn a casserole.
I
don't know what Notre Dame guys talk about.
You're just trying to offend me left and right here.
I know.
Come on,
that's
Sean.
the Midwest to me. I don't know.
So Jonathan Fagan put an article out today in the Chronicle. They're talking about how the Rockets are pretty much looking to trade their lottery pick. That's their plan with it right now. I don't think there's any consideration to keeping this pick for me personally. Whether you're using it in a Donovan Mitchell trade, but for bigger picture even, this team they don't need it. Like there is a player out there that is more valuable to your team currently in the NBA than whatever you could do in the draft. Unless you honestly plan on taking like Bronny with the 15th pick.
Even
that's
basically a trade.
That's basically trading for LeBron.
You're basically making a trade for LeBron. But yeah, I totally agree with you. That at the very least, a top 10 pick will get you a quality role player. At the very least, we're talking about a good role player on this team. Maybe some shooting. I don't have names off the top of my head because it's literally just everyone who's under contract in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, you have a top 10 pick. It's hard to figure out what kind of value you can get for a pick like that.
You'd hope it's someone that can at least start and finish games for you. Although start would be tough just by how crowded the rotation already is. But you're looking for
it's definitely a
contributor.
Yeah, it's a player plus the pick gets you your new asset is what you're looking at. Because like, what is the biggest thing? Let's say they can't get Donovan Mitchell. And they're going to run it back with mostly the same core. With Jalen, Jabari, Alpi.
Just all they don't make any big veteran splash move.
But let's say, like, what is the... Then what are you looking to do with the pick? That's also where I kind of struggle with it is, are you trading, like, Tari Eason and the 8th overall pick for, like, Klay Thompson in a sign-in trade?
I would vomit all over.
I know. I'm like, what are you moving it for?
No, I mean, Klay Thompson's gonna make too much money. So
yeah, he's gonna get a gross contract.
I'm probably gonna vomit no matter what when I see Klay Thompson's contract. No, you'd be trying to get you try to improve off the like Reggie Bullock spot or the Aaron Holiday spot. That's probably,
which is crazy. Like that's such a low bar for the 10th pick, like a top 10 pick.
Well, you're looking to get a better version of so a backup point guard who is not hot and cold, a backup point guard who could probably start at point guard if anything happens to Fred VanVleet, maybe like a Tyus Jones that kind of level of point guard where it's like, if he's your starting point guard, you're not thrilled, but if he's a backup point guard, you have a pretty good backup. That's probably or at least what the expectation should be with that pick. Someone better than Jayshawn Tate. So the Jayshawn Tate we were promised back in 2020 and 2021 when he was the lone young piece on that terrible Rockets team.
Yeah, I would be curious like what the market's gonna be and what they would need the most. I would say because how much do you believe in Steven Adams for next year?
I think he'll be solid.
Yeah, because that's one of the pieces where like I look at the roster, I'm like, oh, they need an upgrade, but then I remember they have Steven Adams.
Yeah,
in the right,
and he's not someone. I'd say he's in the spot where he's not someone that you're looking to upgrade. Like you said, you're not desperate to upgrade off that spot, but you're also not, you can't move Steven Adams in a trade. It's like, for the right trade, you can move Steven Adams.
Easy.
I'm okay with his Rockets tenure being
0 games.
0 games, being courtside for a couple games in some social media tweets. Like I'm okay with that. I can live with that. If it's bringing in a bigger fish.
Would you go for a guy like Jonathan Kuminga? I don't know I think you'd have to add pieces to that, but because that's why I think it has to be like a bigger deal. Like I think you're talking Mitchell, one of the guards from Atlanta. Do you believe that one of them gets traded this offseason?
Yeah.
Trae Young or DeJounte?
Yeah, and if this is just a side tangent, if I'm the Hawks, I'm just picking whichever one can get you more than trade, and you're the one who's getting traded because they don't have their first round picks because of the DeJounte Murray trade.
Yeah,
that's how badly that backfired. The Spurs.
Yeah, it looks like they have theirs this year, and then I think it's next year, and it's with the every other year thing where you don't have them.
And it's like a swap some years. So that's the move I would make. I would just put them both up on the block, and then whoever gets more.
Would you be comfortable trading it for a much older veteran? Let's say Jimmy Butler is available. The Pat Riley comments, the more I listen to them,
oh yeah,
makes me think he's definitely available. Would you be willing to trade Tari or X player and a top 10 pick for Jimmy Butler, even though he's not healthy, to what Pat Riley is really saying here is that he's not on the court that much, and he's kind of talking trash while he sits on the sidelines and he's on social media. But even though I don't know, because Jimmy feels like you already have your Donovan Mitchell, and you're adding Jimmy Butler to a Donovan Mitchell type player to try to win a championship this year. I don't know if adding Jimmy Butler to Jalen Green really elevates that team.
So what you're saying is Jimmy Butler isn't the move. Like, he's not the guy that you bring in. It's just he makes so much money that it'd be tough to make that. I mean, it would have to be like you mentioned, like a Fred VanVleet would be the matching salary, or Dylan Brooks plus whatever young piece you're trading out plus more matching set, like the opt-in Jock Landale. You opt in some guys to trade them. Mm-hmm. You'd have to get creative like that. So it'd be probably 4 or 5 guys for Jimmy Butler. So you're losing a lot of depth there. You're probably losing 1, maybe 2 of the young core, and also sending out the 9th pick. So it gets it gets pretty tough quickly. The real thing is that you want to go into it and say, if the Rockets make a selection with the 9th pick, something has gone wrong. However, there are worse, they can make trades that are worse, that involve trading the 9th pick, that are worse than just taking the pick.
Would you be, very quickly before we go to break, would you be okay if they traded, let's say the 9th pick for a first round pick in
just roll it over,
2 of them, 2 future firsts to move out this year?
That'd be
not get a current asset, but just hey, we're going to kick the can down the road.
That's exactly right.
We don't need it right now.
You'd be kicking the can down the road. This is probably like a B plus level asset. It's probably going to be the 9th pick if the Nets pick don't jump.
Yeah.
Or no one jumps the Nets either. But you're probably the 9th pick, and instead you're breaking it into and throwing, again, kicking the can down the road to where maybe those 2 picks are used in a trade at the deadline when someone else comes available that you want to get in on. That'd be totally fine with me.
Yeah. All right. What do you need to see this weekend to just give you a little bit more faith, and not just this weekend, but the rest of the month, to really believe the Astros are going to turn this around? That's next on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What do you need to see from the Houston Astros over the weekend, over this next stretch of games where they play the Tigers, the A's, the Brewers, the Angels, the A's again, before they wrap up the end of the month with a 4-game series, I think it is, versus the Seattle Mariners? What do you need to see to give you a little confidence, a belief that things are going to be okay, that they're going to get better? Because at first it was, Paul's not watching the Astros, who's not here today, Sean's in, until they win 3 games. They won 3 games. And then they lost a lot of games after that. So we got the first one. And then they went, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3-5 since they won those 3 games. Not great.
No, not good.
What do you want to see, Sean, from the Astros? I think I said the Rockets like 3 times there. What do you want to see? I'm making a Rockets YouTube video. That's why. What do you want to see from the Astros over the next month of the season and in this recent stretch to give you a little more hope, a little more belief, to fill up your glass a little bit?
Bare minimum this weekend, win 2 out of 3. And I would even add in not only win 2 out of 3, but 2 out of the 3 you have to feel good about at least either the starting pitcher,
Okay.
whoever started. It has to be a 6-inning, 1 earned run kind of performance from, because it's going to be Valdez, it's going to be Javier, it's going to be Verlander. So
Yeah.
You can't get much better than that. And so it needs to be either a quality, not just a quality start on paper, but a start where I guess not quantitatively, but qualitatively, you're like, this is good. This is good stuff that I'm seeing on my TV right now. Or it has to be either 2 games with that or 2 games where the lineup, you feel good about the lineup. You can't have everything on fire. You can't have these games. Even yesterday's game, they win 4-3.
You want to feel
must win game.
Yeah, stress free.
I don't feel that much better about either the lineup or the bullpen after that game. I know it was only 1 run given up, and it was by Ryan Presley, and it took a 2-run lead to a 2-run lead to a 1-run lead, and everything else went to plan. But I didn't feel good. I need to win 2 out of 3 this weekend and feel good.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that's a good start. Some Astros notes here. Alex Spees, he is I believe a relief. Yeah, he's a right-handed pitcher. The Astros just claimed him from Oakland. He's been optioned to Sugarland. Corey Julks, who was on the opening day roster in 2023, has been DFA'd to make room for Spees. And then Jacob Amaya was just optioned back down to AAA, or at least to the minors. Greg Kessinger has been reinstated from the injured list. So those are just some Astros moves.
Kessinger is back. Actually, can I revise now?
Kessinger back to take no at-bats on this team.
You know what? Now sweep, because now
sweep.
Now the Death Star is fully operational with Greg Kessinger. Back
Javier Kessinger, we're back. We're back on the way. So the way of things being good
comeback
again.
season right now.
I'm with you. 2 of the next 3. Eric, the driver, says here on the text line, until they win 10 out of 12.
Jesus.
Woohoo! Man.
I mean,
he said, I'm not going to care too little too late.
If they do win 10 out of 12, they'll still be under 500.
Good point. But the vibes will be high.
The
vibes will be very high.
The vibes would be high.
We'll be doing like look back critical moments of where we've kind of games that we've glossed over because it's just been such ugly baseball. We'll be having to like revisit. Now, I'm not going to put like out a 600, tweet thread of every single wrong decision Joe Espada made.
You'll leave that to us.
I'm sorry, Pat. That was mean. He didn't finish that with Dusty Baker also. But I'm not going to do that. But like we are going to look back at some of these moments if they go on a massive run here and just be like, what are you doing, Joe Espada? What are you doing, Dana Brown? Where you been, Alex Bregman? I think 10 out of 12, I don't need them to win that much. I will agree that winning this series does matter. I would say big picture between the Tigers, A's, Brewers, Angels, A's. So you have 5 series between now and you play Seattle again. You win 4 of them.
Oh, okay.
You got to win 4 of them. I'll take 3 with the split versus the A's because it's a 4-game series.
How about
so at a minimum, you need to go 3-1-1 in your next 5 series.
3-2 with series, but one of the series is a sweep.
If it's the A's sweep, fine.
Because it's an extra game.
Yeah. If you go 3-2 your next 5 series, but you sweep the A's, so you win 4 games there, I got to feel okay. But
even like 5-7.
Yeah.
Go like or not 5-7. 5 wins in the next 7 games. If the next 2 series, you win 5 of them.
I would say
that'd be good. That wouldn't be enough, but I mean, obviously the tone of our conversation would be very different a week from now.
Yeah. So I'm good with that. Like that's what they need. You can't waffle anymore in the way that they've played. You're either a 500 baseball team, which is what they look like right now. They just started so poorly that they're having a hard time getting back to that. Or you need to figure it out and start winning some baseball games. So I think winning 3 of the next 5 is I think it's, first of all, it's not asking a lot here, okay? Like I'm not asking for the Astros to win 80% of their baseball games the rest of the season. I know they need to win like mathematically like 62% or whatever it is to get back to 85 wins. But
how much to get to 93?
No idea.
A lot, though.
Oh, that's over, dude.
I don't know. God.
It's over. There is 0% chance.
There is 0%
1% chance. There's a 1% chance that we cash our over ticket on the Astros this year. There's a better chance that they go to the World Series and that ticket cashes. Which is I would say that's the more valuable bet that we made.
Yeah.
Because it was like plus 400. I have more confidence that bet would cash than them to win 93 games this season.
Yeah, because it's more likely that they win 85, 87 and make the third wild card. And hey, October, this team's been there before. 8 straight ALCSs. Let's make it, or 7 straight. Let's make it 8. You can talk yourself into that. Whereas 93 wins, it becomes just a math problem.
Yes.
It is literally just a math problem.
Which we know on the show, not my strength.
No.
7-1 from the 7-1-3, winning every series at this point. That's a lot to ask. This text is funny. From 315, I know math is hard for Joe, but it's a 16-game stretch. How many of those games do they need to win? Well, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. But see, that's still not good enough. Like to go 9-7 in the next 16, it's still like it's still really not good enough. Like you're in such a hole. Like to go 9-7 in your next 16,
you'd be 22 and what'd you say? 9-7.
7, yeah,
and 31.
Yeah, like you're not really making up any ground there. Like you're really not. So
a little bit better, but yeah, it's not that much better.
Yeah, it's really not. That's why this hole is so challenging to dig out of this. 409. I need to see the Astros having fun. They have talent, but they are thinking too much. Relax and have some fun. I don't care, 409 Josh. I appreciate your text. I don't care if they have fun. I care if they win baseball games. Like, that's all that matters. They could be the most miserable team on the planet and win every single game. Or they could be the bad news bears and be laughing at each other as they drop infield pop-ups. Like, that's a problem. You need to win baseball games. And they'll have more fun. They'll have more fun if they start winning games. Winning's fun.
I was going to say, that is the one part of the Astros criticism where I think it's the most, like, out I am on anything. Just I'm 100%. I do not understand it whatsoever when people are doing the body language for the Houston Astros.
Body language and effort.
This team shows no fire. They don't look like they love the game. It's like, yeah, no bleep, dude. They're 12-24.
Yeah,
like show me the team that looks like they have great energy and has a record as bad as the Astros.
Oh, I'd have a way bigger issue like if teams were like enjoying themselves
exactly
while they're losing all
these
games.
So this, like, yeah, they'll get their swag back when they actually start winning.
Yeah, a lot of times. So my take on that, like on why fans focus on body language, looks like they're not having fun, looks like they're not trying, which I also don't believe. It's just excuse making for players that they don't want to admit are terrible, and in that moment, like it's easier for a lot of fans to say, Alex Bregman looks like he's not trying. Alex Bregman's not. What was that one we read the other day? Alex Bregman's not going to try until you pay him.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's
versus like just he kind of sucks at baseball right now.
yeah. I'm
So
sure he's trying to be good.
Yeah.
I'm sure all the incentives for Alex Bregman this year are for him to be great at baseball. And
Yeah.
right now he is failing at that.
So that's oftentimes what it is, where it's like, and I don't think that's what Josh is saying here. But it's a lot of times that excuse of body language. They don't look like they're having fun. That's why they're not winning. It's just it's all it is an excuse to just, instead of admitting that players on the team that you root for are just very not good in this moment.
It's the symptom, not the illness. It's them not looking like they're having fun. Them looking like they don't have fire. That they're not. It's because they're losing.
Yeah,
that's why. And they don't have. I mean, I guess that is one thing. They don't have a bunch of hotheads on their team, so I guess they're not going to have guys that are screaming at each other in the clubhouse or screaming at each other in the dugout. So the way it's going to manifest is them just kind of stewing in anger. And that's what I think it is. I think it's frustration and anger with how they're playing, not that they don't care. I think that the backbone and the majority of these players, and by the way, the majority of these players, I don't actually know if it's literally 14 out of the 26, but a good number of them and a good number of the good players on this team are World Series champions. Mm-hmm. They won in 2022, most of these guys. And I don't think they forgot how to win. I don't think that they are all of a sudden have a bad attitude or don't have leadership. They have the same leadership that they had 2 years ago when they won the World Series. Mm-hmm. They just need to play baseball better.
I need to see them finish it this long stretch at 500 before I start paying attention from the 713. That's a big ask. I get why you say that, but this next stretch, like, while it's easier to get back to 500 at this point, you're winning like almost every baseball game you have over the next month. Like,
they need to get to 500.
Yeah, before he starts paying attention.
Oh yeah, so
I mean, you have to.
Yeah. Hey,
she'll go like 13 and 14 and 2, 13 and 3, something like that to get back to 500.
Just check back after the NBA playoffs are done.
Yeah.
Check back in mid-June.
Yeah, for them to
if they go on a hot streak, and anything that isn't like
they'd have to go
12-game win streak.
They'd have to go 14 and 2 over the next 16 to be above 500.
Yeah, it's more likely that it happens bit by bit, and because it would have to happen bit by bit, it's just going to take so many games for that to happen that you're looking at like mid-June if they don't go on a crazy heater.
I need them to start playing better by June 1st, or I'm canceling Fubo from the 281. Paul's already beat you to it. From the 832, we need Coach O to be the manager of the Astros. If there ever was going to be like a crossover coach, Coach O is who I'd want.
As a coach that no matter what sport, I would just be like, you know what, pencil him in. Yeah. Coach O, I mean.
NFL, NBA.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Swim team,
gymnastics team, like whatever you want, he's got it.
Soccer, I'm sure. Just to, yeah.
I mean, before they hired Willie Fritz, I was very on board with the Cougs going after Coach O. I just want to see it. Because it would either work and be awesome, and like they would win the Big 12, or they'd be a disaster again. And like, also like selfishly, could you imagine going to a weekly radio show every week and listening to Jeremy Branham interview Coach O? Like, wouldn't that just be an enjoyable experience to see like the most like buttoned up broadcaster we have probably in the city interviewing Coach O? And seeing like Jeremy's response when he doesn't understand a word that Coach O says.
Go Cougs.
Yeah. Like, no offense to Coach Fritz, but the entertainment value would have been way higher with Coach O.
Yeah, some long, thoughtful question by Jeremy. And then these boys, they're doing the best out there. Yeah.
Like, it'd be great. All right, CBS put out their top 25 this
Speaking
year.
Of Coach O.
Coach O, where does he belong? We'll get to that next year on ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Joe George, Sean Mapes, Austin Rodriguez here with you today on Gallant and George, and Monday as well. Paul will return to the show on Tuesday next week. We will be live at the Decoy one day next week. I believe that's on Thursday. So you can come on and hang out with us when they open up. So college football is right around the corner. The video game cover came out today.
Yes. Looks good.
Shedeur Sanders, not on it. Not there.
Headline. Shedeur Sanders, not on the
Travis Hunter, he is.
On there.
Quinn Ewers, he's there.
On there. Donovan Edwards, also on there.
Donovan Edwards, also there.
Jalen Milroe, a little bit farther back, but he's in there.
I can't wait for this game to come out.
I can't wait for them to announce the release date, and then the race it will be to get onto HRP to request the days off.
Yeah, I know you're not going to work. Austin, you'll be working when just a heads up. You'll be working for
Keep your schedule.
I don't know how long I'm going to lose Sean for.
Keep
if
your schedule
Sean
open
gets
in July.
I don't know how many vacation days you get per year. You've already used some of them, but is he going to use the rest of his vacation days? Yes.
On the table. It's on the table for sure.
Is Sean going to have to work on Christmas and Thanksgiving this year? Maybe.
I'll take that trade.
Okay. Yeah.
There you go. You're welcome.
I think it's so funny. People are freaking out about the cover of this game because they released the deluxe edition. And people are like, we've waited all this time. This is the cover we're getting. There's going to be, it sounds like, my understanding, is a singular athlete on the cover.
Because this does say deluxe edition.
And this is the deluxe edition.
Yes.
And I think there's a reason why Shedeur Sanders is not on this cover.
Chances are he's on the...
He's probably the cover athlete.
Yeah.
Because I think they're going to do a modern player. I don't think they're going to do the way they used to do it, where if it was the way it used to be done, Jaden Daniels or Caleb Williams would be on the cover of the game because you could actually pay those guys to do it. I think Shedeur Sanders is going to be the cover athlete for College Football 25. But CBS Sports put out their top 25 this year.
For real life football.
And it's funny, before the show, we were talking about this because I heard you and Dell discussing it, and thinking about the implications of if this were to hold true to what it means for the college football playoff. And I'm like, yeah, this is so dumb that SMU, the preseason 22 ranked team, would automatically qualify for the college football playoff. And then you reminded me that SMU plays in the ACC now.
Yeah, they're not. There's a 0% chance that they will be the Group of 5 representative for the college football playoff because they are not in the Group of 5 anymore.
Yeah, so this projection would have Liberty, who is not in their top 25, as the projected team that would get into the top 12. I really don't like the college football playoff format, to be honest. I think they got it wrong. I like the 12 teams, but I don't even personally believe that, for example, if you look at this top 25, their first ACC team they have listed is Clemson at 14. If they finish 14 and Liberty finishes 19, you're telling me those teams deserve to be in the top 12? Why?
Yeah.
Why do they deserve to be in there?
It's an overcorrection from how exclusive originally the BCS with 2, and then the original iteration of the college football playoff with 4, where that is hyper restrictive, and then now it is. I don't want to say too open, but it is so open that, like you said, because you have to have, or you don't have to do it this way, but the easiest way to do it is to have automatic berths for conference
or
champions.
It would be all SEC and Big Ten schools.
Yeah, and you can't just do, okay, how about only the Big Ten and SEC are automatically in?
Yeah.
And then you other guys can. So you do have to go, okay, if you win.
I still think we might be heading there. That if they go to, they're talking about going to 16 pretty quickly, that they could follow the NFL format or they're going to 14, right?
Yes.
They're going to follow the NFL format where one team on each side of the bracket gets a bye and everyone else plays in the first round. It wouldn't shock me if those turn into automatic SEC and Big Ten bids.
I mean, it would. You don't even have. It doesn't have to be in writing, though. You could just say you have to win your conference to be a top 2 team.
And most of the time, the Big Ten.
Realistically, whoever wins the Big Ten or SEC will be one of the top 2 teams in the country, unless it's a year where
the Big 12 or the ACC as a team.
Or I was gonna say we're a year where the two best teams are in the SEC or in the Big Ten, where it's a year like 2 years ago or 3 years ago when Georgia and Alabama played the SEC title game and then played in the actual title game.
So this year they have Georgia. This one has Georgia 1, Ohio State 2, Oregon 3, Texas 4, Bama 5, Ole Miss 6. Mizzou comes in at 7, Notre Dame 8, Penn State 9, LSU 10. That's your top 10. So Texas obviously is in there as a top 5 team. I'm curious if they'll be able to hold on to that their first year in the SEC. SMU at 22, Texas A&M at 23. So the first game of the season is going to matter a lot for Notre Dame and Texas A&M. Like Notre Dame is in the college football playoff if they win week 1.
Yes. Their schedule.
The schedule's not that hard.
Yeah.
The Texas A&M's the best team they're going to play. And like that's where I get why they don't give Notre Dame an automatic berth, because they're the only team that applies to this year. I mean, you can win one game and almost secure yourself a spot.
Especially with how because the expanded playoff is coming at the same time as all this realignment, where the average SEC or Big Ten schedule just got way harder when you consider the teams that they're adding. They're adding Texas and Oklahoma to the SEC, and they're adding
Washington,
Oregon,
USC, UCLA.
Well, okay. They're adding Washington and Oregon, and what we think most years USC.
What do you think of the hardest question that we're not going to know until the committee puts this out? Because so 5 teams automatically qualify. The next 7 are decided by a committee. What does a loss mean? Is a fascinating question, because it's like, look at Michigan as an example.
Yeah.
Yes, they lost all these players, but like they're right now a top 15 team. Next year they will play Texas, USC, Washington, Oregon, and Ohio State. They play 5 elite college football programs next year alone. And typically you lose 1 game, you're out. I wonder like how many games you in theory will be able to lose against like elite opponents.
I think if you're in the Big Ten or SEC,
3?
I think 9 wins or 10, you're in.
Mm-hmm.
I think 9 and 3. I think the debates will be around the 9 and 3. I think the 7 at larges, right?
Yeah.
That's where the debates will come. We'll be sorting through the 9 and 3, and that's when the conversation gets. I normally when people say I can't wait for this conversation, and
I think it's gonna be more exhausting.
I can wait on this conversation. Actually, I don't need to be part of this conversation where we're parsing losses, like who has 2 good losses and 1 bad loss versus 1 bad loss and 2 like 2
it's gonna get
bad ones.
super complicated.
It's you know what? I don't care. Sort it out amongst yourself. Most of the 9 times out of 10, the 9 and 3 SEC Big Ten team who are debating, you're probably not going too far in the playoff.
The only thing I would be curious about is, let's say Texas rolls in the SEC for the most part.
Yeah, let's say that.
But they lose to Michigan, Oklahoma, and Florida. So they're a 3-loss team, right? But Quinn Ewers was hurt for some of those games, let's say, in this hypothetical world, and they've looked really, really good.
And that would mean they beat Georgia.
And the ACC is terrible again. Yeah, so they beat Georgia in this scenario. That's why I left that game for a reason.
Yeah.
They beat Georgia. Let's say the ACC is terrible again. What happens if you have like a 1-loss ACC school, but you have Texas who beat Georgia and has good losses? That's what I wonder, is if they will take a Big 12 or ACC school out of the college football playoff with 1 loss over an SEC or a Big Ten team with like 3 really good losses.
Because it's something.
That's my question.
It's something in college football that they've never had to do, but it's something that's pretty common in college basketball. It's something that we're used to in college basketball, where it's not with ACC and Big 12 teams normally in college basketball, but it's with the MEAC and with the the Ohio Valley or Missouri Valley Conference. It's bid stealers. The idea of what if and I'm just picking teams out of a hat here, but what if a 9-3 or an 8-4 Oklahoma State upsets a 11-1 Utah in the Big 12 title game.
Yeah.
And now the conference champion's already in. And so now you're moving everyone down a peg. Now there's one less at-large spot for
Which
everybody.
is crazy, because think about Iowa playing the Big Ten championship game a couple years ago.
If they would have won that game,
they could have been a 6-loss team in the college football playoff, and then
now it's going to be a little bit different because they don't have divisions anymore.
Yeah,
so you can't be a crappy Big Ten West team.
Yeah, which that's good.
That is good. So most of the time you're going to get the number 1 team in the conference versus the number 2 team in the conference. So a lot of times at least for the Big Ten, the SEC, and sometimes maybe for the Big 12 as well, what they'll be deciding is who is going to get a bye and who is going to be the 5 seed or the 6 seed and who's going to be the 1 or 2 seed when, in the SEC title game, it's Georgia versus LSU.
All right, I have a couple other questions about this, and we'll take a look at what's going on in the NBA as well when we get back here on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
All right, couple of things before we get back to the college football stuff. A quote today out of rookie minicamp from Detroit.
Oh, out of Detroit. Good.
From Terry Arnold.
At least it's not from Houston.
Yeah, from Terry Arnold. He said, quote, "If my mom was a receiver, I'd jam her into the dirt, and she knows that." I like this guy. He doesn't care who it is. It's his
Nick,
mom. Don't care.
Nick Casario, why didn't you trade up for this
Like,
guy?
He doesn't care.
You know what?
He's
C-.
He's basically
C-
saying he's
draft
gonna
pick.
kill his mom. If he he's gonna put her in the dirt.
I think he meant Jammer.
I know.
Put her on her ass. But yeah, that's you know what? That's what I want from a.
I mean, that makes sense why Dan Campbell took him. Like that sounds like something
Culture
the
fit.
Lions like that's a culture fit for the Detroit Lions. All right, and then I'm gonna so there's a VIP package that they're doing up in Dallas. If you want to partake in this for the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight,
Okay.
So here's what you get, and then you're gonna guess the price.
Okay.
2 unique ringside apron seats,
Okay.
security escort during the fight,
Wow.
pre-fight photo with Paul and Tyson,
Okay.
gloves signed by Paul and Tyson,
Okay.
place on stage
Oh my god.
during the weigh-in.
Okay, so this is like for
Post-fight in-ring photo and more.
Okay, so this is for like influencers, right? It has to.
How much do you think this cost?
$5,000.
Nope.
10,000.
Nope.
Oh my god.
Bro, you're not even in the ballpark.
$50,000.
Not in the ballpark.
$100,000.
Not in the ballpark. If you have $2 million laying around, you can get 2 unique ringside apron seats, security escort during the fight, pre-fight photo with Paul and Tyson, gloves signed by Paul and Tyson, placed on stage during the weigh-in, and a post-fight photo, and more for just $2 million.
Okay.
That's crazy.
I mean, you sell one of those and like
$2 million?
just sell one pass to I don't even
I think
Mark
it's-
Zuckerberg.
That's what this kind of sounds like. This sounds like a one offer thing.
If someone goes, I'll pay you $1 million for it, do you think they go?
I think they take it.
No thanks. We're holding out for 2.
They must know that like there's someone that wants this. There must be
Yeah.
some like like that Gary V guy, how he's so obsessed with the New York Jets. There's got to be someone that's like obsessed with Mike Tyson that would pay for this.
Yeah, there has to be a billionaire out there that
Like-
you have to be a billionaire to do
Yeah,
this.
like spend $2 million on this. Like
you
what a crazy amount of money. What a waste of money.
Gosh, okay. Yeah, wow. My first one was like $10,000.
No, you said 5.
$5,000.
Okay, 5 sounds.
How much are these guys getting paid for this fight?
I don't know.
like you're probably getting like 10% of their purse.
Maybe $2 million right there. Like maybe that's their payment.
Even if they're getting 20, like you're getting 10% of what they're getting for actually fighting. That's what you're paying.
That's what you're paying them. Like you're paying 10% of their purse.
Oh my god.
Crazy.
Oh my god. Yeah, no one's gonna do that. No one. No, I can't think of a single person that's gonna do that. Who's the Michael Rubin? You think Michael Rubin's a big Tyson guy?
But it's like, wouldn't those people like just get tickets for free and like be able to get to do all that stuff?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that's why I thought it was like an influencer kind
Yeah.
of like it's something they're gonna have influencers up there doing. Cause like honestly, like who cares to be on
honestly, I
the
bet
on
you
the
some-
stage
you know
for the
what's
weigh-in?
so funny? I bet you someone does buy this. I bet you it doesn't get sold and then like just save face, like just like Logan Paul buys it for his brother. Just to like not embarrass him. Be like, oh, I just wanted to pay for this.
Yeah, or it's like how you see certain celebrities. Drake is an example of this,
Oh.
but there's been other. I know.
I'm not sure he'll get invited.
Tough week. Tough week for.
Are
my-
you gonna have like a follow-up Mount Rushmore +1 tomorrow on the bullpen? Because last week you did.
What? There's been
you
2
did,
songs.
You
since
did the
then.
disses that were written that you could say as a, according to FCC and being white,
Yes.
on the air. So, but there's been 2 songs written since. So I don't know if you're gonna do a follow up.
I mean, and the Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar is especially vicious. There
Yeah.
actually might not be a lot that I can say in that one.
No, probably not. It's
But
probably not.
yeah, I you know what? I just might. Now that you're putting me on the spot, and I don't have an idea already for the show tomorrow, so that might be my idea. Is I just do that again? So yes, that you know what? Let's just mark that in as
Book
yes,
it.
that's what I'm gonna do. I'll forget about it, and then during the show tomorrow, I'll be
Right. We'll be scrambling.
I'll be looking at the lyrics.
And then okay, so back to this college football thing for a second.
Okay.
Even though they're getting rid of divisions and they're going to this 2 system, it's the top 2 teams. You think there's any way, like, you think there is a world where these conferences value I'm not necessarily thinking about the bid Steelers. I'm thinking about like you lose your conference championship and it makes you fall out of the college football playoff. That they get rid of them. That they get rid of the Big Ten championship game. And
well, it wouldn't happen to a Big Ten team.
Or so like the ACC.
Yeah, it would have to be like an ACC, I mean, honestly, even like a group of 5 team. Yeah, no, actually, that's who would be most incentivized. Is like the American, the Sun Belt, the Mountain West. Those places, because those are the ones where, I mean, it's not just your conference. It's all the conferences are getting one team in.
So it's like, why play that game? Because if you're Liberty.
Yes, if you're an undefeated Sun Belt team. Yeah,
but you've got a undefeated, let's say, Northern Illinois, just as an example.
Well, no, it would be a conference championship game. So it would be...
No, but like if Liberty were to lose that game...
Oh, yes.
And Northern Illinois were to win the MAC...
Yes.
Then not only do you not win your conference, like you automatically could get jumped by just whatever the next team is.
Yeah.
So I wonder...
That basically happened this year.
Yeah.
With the SMU. SMU lost the American title game, and they had, I think, 2 losses, and Liberty went undefeated. But if both had won if Liberty still went undefeated, and SMU won, SMU probably gets in over Liberty because Liberty had literally the worst schedule in college football last year.
Yeah.
So that could be a situation where, like you said, they just get rid of the college or the championship game.
And even like on the Big 12 and ACC side of that specifically, because you're right, the Big 10 and the SEC it won't matter.
You're fighting for the bye.
Those 2 teams will get in every single year. Whoever plays in those title games, those will be 4 of your 12 teams. But let's just like looking at the predictions here, like the CBS top 25. Take the top 2 ACC schools. Say you have Clemson and you have Florida State, and they're in the power rankings at 10 and 11.
Mm-hmm.
And then they play each other in the ACC. Well, the loser of that game misses the college football playoff.
Yeah.
So is the ACC championship game more valuable than playing in the college football playoff for your conference? I would say no.
So the actual answer is probably very nuts and bolts of what is the payout from the college football playoff for having a team in there versus having 2 teams in there, and how much money are you getting from Fox or ESPN to have a conference championship game? Because that game is sold, just like how we're talking about in the NFL. The Christmas Day game is getting sold separately. That's not literally what happens with the conference championship games in college football, but that is essentially what happens. Is you're adding a championship game for these companies, so they are in theory going to give you more in the rights negotiation. So it could be a situation where they get an extra, just to make it easy, they get an extra $10 million to do a ACC championship game, but the payout for getting 2 teams in the ACC, getting 2 teams from the ACC into the playoff will be $20 million.
Yeah.
Then it's like, whoa, do the math. It makes more sense for us to guarantee us 2 spots in the playoff than it is to play this game.
And I think it'll be a trickle down. Like once one happens, it'll all happen eventually.
I think
it'll lead to the SEC and the Big Ten eventually getting rid of those games if someone does. But
it's something where someone would have to get their feelings hurt first.
Yeah, and that's why I think it will happen. Maybe not because this 12-team playoff might last a year, maybe 2 years.
Yeah.
Before they go to 14 teams, and then we'll be at 16 before we know it. But I think something like this is on the table. We saw the Ivy League do this in basketball. They didn't have a tournament.
Yeah.
They brought the tournament in, and then it went so poorly, they talked about getting rid of it. I think they still have it now.
I think they had it, but it was the regular season winner would get the bid.
Yeah.
And so the conference tournament is just a conference tournament. There's no...
And as a side note, too, like, as they continue to add college football games, at some point, like, you have to remember, like, they are, in theory, kids, even though at some point, I guess they could become employees. I do wonder if the NCAA at some point would try to get involved and say, hey, there's too many games on the schedule.
Hey, these kids have finals.
Like, there's too many games. Let's take one game off the schedule, and that's the one game you take off. All right, when we get back, we'll do garbage time. And before we get to garbage time as well, we got a new television show in the works that we're going to discuss and see our interest level. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
I should have looked to see what television network this was, but apparently we're moving quick here through the Ohtani story, okay? Ipe's in jail.
Boom.
Ipe also apparently was like sending money to like a model or like an influencer.
Who hasn't?
And now there's already
that's not a crime, by the way.
No.
I don't like that
Shohei's,
being lumped in.
Unless it's Shohei's money.
Yeah, then that is a crime. Yes, that's very.
And
much
that's
a
what I
crime.
think it is.
Oh, okay. him being an Instagram model, not a crime.
And then there's already a television show being developed about Ipe and like stealing money from Shohei Ohtani and then going to jail. Like, I'm guessing they're going to have to get Shohei's consent to this. And, like, you know, since he doesn't speak English, it might be hard. But because he can't look at his bank, apparently, and realize $450 million is gone from it, which like still blows my mind about this story. It's crazy. It's such a dumb excuse, but then he goes and does interviews in English talking about his shoes. It like blew my mind. They happened in like the same week. I'm way more interested in this television show because you can way over dramatize it versus like the Donald Sterling one though. Like we know what happened with Donald Sterling.
Oh, yeah.
Like with like Ipe,
there's more creative license.
like with Ipe, like you can get like the Yakuza involved. Like you can get whatever you want. Like about like the guys who threatened Shohei Ohtani when he was walking his dog, like, and he apparently didn't understand them. Like there's so much more creative freedom you can have with this show.
So it could be like it could be a more trashy show.
Yeah.
It could be like a VH1 show. Like,
Yeah.
It could be
like you can do way more with
it
this
doesn't have
show
to
than
be
you can.
prestige
Yeah.
TV. Yeah.
Yeah, you can weigh like it doesn't have to be the Shohei Ohtani Ippei story exactly. It can be a baseline and then just grow. It's like Playmakers.
Yeah, or what you yes, exactly. Where it's not a Japanese baseball star and his interpreter. It can be like a Cuban baseball star.
Yeah.
So he's speaking Spanish.
Loosely
not
based on
Japanese.
Yordan Alvarez. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
I'm just kidding. Bad joke.
But yeah, you can Jordan, check your Chase account right now if you're listening. No, but you can fictionalize it a little bit and get real fast and loose with the truth.
All right, let's get to garbage time here to wrap up the week. All right, so Glenn Big Baby Davis going to jail.
Glenn Davis going to jail.
40 months.
Not Soccer Matters, Glenn Davis.
Good catch.
I was waiting. The entire time I was wanting to make that joke.
We might need to do something with that now and mess with Glenn. I think he would enjoy it. There's certain pranks that would go too far.
He has to know, or like he has to be up to date on all Glenn Big Baby Davis news, because if there's
he
a guy
probably gets texted about it all the time.
If there's a guy with my name that got thrown in jail for 3 years, I would know about it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll put posters up in the studio. That happened to him once, and this one he won't get as upset about. What?
I know what you're talking about.
Well, guess what? You know, when I want to lose weight, Sean, I go to O Athletic. When Glenn Davis goes to lose weight,
Big Baby Davis,
he just wants to go to jail.
I got a cold imagination, though. You know, I do that act. I got a cold imagination. I'm gonna have to choke the chicken in the bathroom.
I didn't know it said that.
Keep going. There's more left. He's not just gonna do that.
That's crazy. I'm gonna be swole though. I swear to God, I'm about to get in so much shape. Oh God. That's the only way you can stop me from eating hamburgers is put me in jail. That's what God said. I'm gonna stop you eating hamburgers. I'm gonna put you in jail. You don't want to stop eating hamburgers and Cheetos? You're going to jail. So now, I'm gonna come to Rock.
What do you think, Joe? Do you think that's an effective way to not only cut fat but also add muscle mass?
To go to jail,
to help your diet and
stop eating cheeseburgers and Cheetos.
Yeah,
hamburgers. He said to be clear. He's like Paul. It sounds like doesn't like cheese.
You know what? I'm not sure. I think Glenn Big Baby Davis might like a cheeseburger.
Dude, I mean, like, I give him credit, like, for like laughing and like and having a good like.
I actually don't give him credit.
And like he's either a lunatic or he's really trying to make the best of his life here.
He's
gonna be the Rock.
He defrauded healthcare to get.
But
money.
he's gonna be the Rock when he gets out in 3.5 years. I don't know what the good behavior is. So I don't know like how much time that has. I don't know if he can get out in 30 months instead of 40 months. I have to beef up the timeline here.
Yeah. I don't know what his parole situation is.
All right. Over under his current weight when he gets out of jail.
I'd be very disappointed if it's over.
I'm gonna go over.
How is that possible?
I don't know. I'm gonna say jail's gonna go very poorly for Glenn Davis, and he's
Big
gonna
Baby Davis.
Big Baby Davis.
Just to make it clear.
I'm gonna say for Big Baby Glenn Davis, jail's gonna go unwell for him. It's gonna go against if he's thinking this so through about like I'm gonna lose weight, I'm gonna get healthy, I'm gonna be the Rock. Instead, he's gonna be like who's the creepy guy? Who's the bad person from that '70s show? Danny Masterson. Someone just put a story about how he's eating $300 worth of candy a day in jail. What kind of jail do these people go to, first of all?
Rich people jail.
Okay, so he's going to go to rich people jail, and he's going to get fatter.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if he thinks that there's going to be no cheeseburger there, but if Danny Masterson can have $300 worth of candy, I'm sure Glenn Davis can have cheeseburger. Like, Big Baby Davis can have cheeseburger.
Host of Fraud Matters here on ESPN 97.5, Glenn Big Baby Davis.
Yeah, so I'm going to say over his current weight when he gets out of jail.
I will say
he's going to puff up.
I will say, and this is not a paid endorsement, but I will say that I think that O Athletic is a better weight loss option and fitness option
Than going to jail?
than prison. Yes.
I think they also would endorse that. Now, to be fair, I think, you do pay to be in jail, I think. Or isn't there some kind of taxes or something like that? Who knows?
I haven't been to jail yet.
Maybe you can
I'll let
get
you know.
yet. We'll discuss that Monday. If the Astros lose this weekend, 2 out of 3 to the Tigers, Monday's lead on the show, how does Sean Mapes end up in jail?
Well,
all right.
Top 10 crimes you think I would commit?
That does it for us. We'll be back on Monday. Paul will be back on Tuesday. Joel, Jeremy, Paul are next. Nope, not Paul. Brian. Jesus. Goodbye.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank, I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it is a Friday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. And for the first time all week, we can talk about a Houston Astro win. Is that right?
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Yeah, how about that? Astros getting a win and a victory in the Bronx. And then the Astros Twitter thought it was like they won the World Series. We'll get to that a little bit later. But what were your biggest takeaways from that victory yesterday by the Stros?
John Singleton continues with consistent playing time to at least have some pop and some productivity at first base. You got Yordan out of his slump, hopefully, with 2 hits. You saw some positive. Look, Loperfido getting a couple hits. That's why it goes back to what we were saying earlier in the week. Why the hell is he sitting 2 games in a row, especially with Chaz being dinged up and out? Here's the guy that should be playing the majority of the time. But just the fact that they got a win. Yeah, I mean, Presley didn't do his job. Abreu did. Hader was a little shaky. But overall, you just take a win at this point because it is crazy kind of scanning the dial today, how everybody just got this overall, the sun is shining and it's rainbows and happiness because they got a win today. Record ain't that much better, but it is nicer to come to work knowing that they got a win and people might not be as negative about a team that has grossly underachieved.
Yeah, it's 1 win better than it was yesterday.
Yep.
You thought Hader was shaky?
A little bit. Yeah, I mean, just the throw to first base, I held my breath. I thought I thought he was throwing that thing away. But overall, look, I mean, Josh Hader still has the stuff. I don't doubt his stuff. I don't doubt that he's going to be the guy. And again, here's another opportunity for him to go more than an inning. He does it. He does you solid. He gets you the save. They get the win. I'm not going to nitpick him too much. It's just, of course, I'd like to see him go 1, 2, 3, boom, and good morning, good afternoon, good night. But that's probably not going to happen all the time.
Yeah, I'll disagree. If you want to throw in the throw to first, I think that helped your point. But I thought that he was pretty dang good. Volpe's at bat, like Volpe put together a good at bat, and then Hader was able to strike him out with that high fastball. It's like, okay, yeah, this is the Josh Hader that everybody expected at $19 million. He went more than 3 outs, which is something that a lot of people said wasn't going to happen, right? Like, he's not going to pitch more than 3 innings or more than 3 outs. He's not that kind of guy. He's not the competitor. He doesn't want the baseball, which that stuff was true before he became a Houston Astro. And now he's willing to go longer because he's been paid, which you might disagree, but now that he's gotten paid and he belongs with the Houston Astros, I like that he's willing to go more than 3 outs. And I thought that he was good yesterday, but, from a pitching standpoint, Ronel Blanco, again, filthy. And his ability to kind of change his sequencing, too, a little bit, talking after the game, Blanco was. And he was talking about how he felt they were on his changeup, so he threw the slider more. He usually, uses that changeup and then has a little combination with the fastball that makes it tough to hit, threw the slider more, and was really stinking good. The 2 runs he gave up, Volpe hit that ball. The expected batting average was like less than 100 on that little bloop into the right field that he got under, and it just barely cleared the wall in right field. Ronel Blanco was absolutely filthy again. He was dominant. He's been outstanding, 4-0. He's tied for second in the American League in wins, Ronel Blanco, if you can believe that, which he was kind of on the roster bubble whenever spring training broke.
I was just going to say, the odds before the season started that your best pitcher over a month into the season was going to be Blanco as opposed to one of the top 3 at the start of your rotation, you had to be getting some serious love on those odds because the fact that, like you said, we didn't know if he was going to make the team. If he was he going to be in the bullpen? What was he going to do because of the injuries? He's probably going to have a short-term stint as a starter, and then to basically be taking the entire American League by storm. And just what you said was what really amazed me because you talk about, and I always preach on the fact that you can have a big-time major league arm, but it's when you really, truly learn to pitch, the thinking of the art of pitching as well as the throwing. That's what you're hearing out of his mouth, and that's impressive. I don't know that's him with the coaching staff, the pitching coaches, the catchers, whatever. But when he starts realizing they might be onto something with sequencing, that's when he's truly pitching. That's a beautiful thing. I mean, he has been a savior for this team with so many negatives.
Yeah, he's been really stinking good. It's good that it's happened because he has 4 of your 13 wins.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's got 4 of your 13 wins. You've only won 9 other games whenever he's not the starting pitcher, which is incredible. That he's been able to do this. He's been fantastic, and yeah, the combination of his fastball, his slider yesterday, and his changeup. His changeup's filthy, though, by the way. Like the one that he struck out Teixeira with, that ball moves so much.
Yeah, it really does. I think that the one thing that maybe is because the Yankees have seen him once already, right? That he might have changed things up a little bit.
So.
Have they?
Was he? I don't know if he was one of the first 4 starters because he threw the no-hitter. We wasn't against the Yankees.
No, but that was his second start, right? The no-hitter.
No, I think it was his first start, was it not?
I'm not sure. I thought the Yankees had seen him previously, or at least they would have had video on him to know that he's been using the changeup a lot more. But the fact that we talk about Hunter Brown and what our major league pitch is to use against major league hitters that are effective and kind of minimizing how many he tries to throw. The fact that Blanco has a pretty good arsenal of pitches he can go to besides just, fastball is just another feather in his cap that this guy might be here for a while. Unlike when we talk about J.P. France maybe being a flash in the pan, maybe his stuff doesn't translate. He definitely, Blanco has the stuff that translates, especially when he can change speeds and keep hitters off balance.
Yeah, it's Dana Brown's biggest win whenever you look at the things that he has decided on with the Houston Astros. And, was it desperation moving Ronel Blanco into a starting spot last year because of where your, organizational depth was in terms of starters and relievers? Maybe. But he picked the right guy. He picked the right guy. And then Blanco to, just couple off of that. He added that changeup. He was capable of throwing a changeup last year. He just rarely used it. And then now this year, I think it's his best pitch. I think it's filthy. It's sick. I don't want to say it's Trevor Hoffman-like, but it's one of the better pitches in baseball. If you look at Baseball Savant, like his off speed is one of the game's best.
Yeah, last year I think I saw the number. It was at 1.7% frequency of usage last year on the change, and now it has become a staple in what has made him one of the most effective pitchers in the American League. And that just goes to show you that when you have, an above average fastball, when you already have some pitches that can translate well to the big league level, but then you get that one pitch, that one secret sauce, it can make such a big difference. And it is literally transformed him from being a fringy guy, starter, reliever, major leaguer, to a guy that you can't live without right now if you're the Astros.
Yeah, just pulled up his Baseball Savant. They put value on fastball, breaking ball, and off speed for him, and then they put the value in terms of runs, and then that's the measurement. His fastball value is only in the 24th percentile, so that's pretty stinking low. His breaking ball run value is in the 99th percentile, so that's elite.
Wow.
And his off speed run value is in the 96th percentile, which is elite. So it's it's pretty incredible what this guy at the age of 30 has broke out and done. And some guys get off to these kind of start. And look, I don't think he's a 2.23 ERA guy. I think that's too lofty. I don't think he's going to finish with a sub 2.50 ERA. But I think he can flirt with a sub 3.25 ERA. Mm-hmm. Maybe he can flirt with a sub 3 seems a little bit lofty too.
Yeah.
But he's a fixture in the rotation. He's easily one of your top 4 guys. I think he's a sub 325 guy, and he's 30 years old and figuring out a changeup in doing this. But with his stuff, and this is kind of goes to the conversation we were having yesterday about quarterback. Some people need to see it for a long period of time before they're like, okay, now he can be a top 10 quarterback, a top 5 quarterback, a top 3 quarterback. I've seen enough, and again, I don't think he's a 2.23 ERA pitcher, but I've seen enough from Ronel Blanco where he is a fixture in this rotation with zero doubt in my mind.
No question about it. Even if this year he ends up being your Steve Avery because of the fact that you're relying on the guys ahead of him to be the guys maybe not Hall of Fame like Glavine and Maddox and Smoltz, but at the same time, we thought at the start of the year we were going to be relying heavily as a starting unit on Verlander, Javier, and Fromber. The fact that you're penciling him in and you actually probably are taking a pen and putting him in now as the 4th starter and going, we'll ride with this guy the rest of the year because he's already shown us that much. I just looked it up. He did not face the Yankees. He's faced Toronto, Texas twice, Washington, Colorado, Seattle, and then the Yankees. But regardless if they had film on him or not, the fact that he had the wherewithal and everybody that had the wherewithal to get him to kind of change up sequencing a little bit, but to maintain his effectiveness, it's a beautiful thing, man.
Yeah, he's been a savior for you. Hader, we talked about him a bit. We're a little bit not eye to eye on what we saw from Hader yesterday. You thought he was shaky. I thought he was pretty dominant.
He's a little worrisome for me. You're right. I'm not going to say shaky. Obviously, I'd like to see the guy when you pay him that much money too, that just comes in and boom, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Because it hasn't happened really this year yet. But look, the bigger thing to me was I had Fromber vision when he started throwing that ball. Singleton saved his rear end there, but yeah, I'm not going to nitpick it too much.
Yeah, I mean the throw to first base was a terrible throw. He got absolutely bailed out by John Singleton. There's no doubt about that. I guess I separate the two, the pitching
That's
and
fair.
then the throw to first that you had to get bailed out by Singleton because he faced 5 hitters and all he gave up was 1 single. But from the perspective of the manager, because I saw Chandler Rome tweet this, and I think it's a good idea, actually. He posed the question in the 8th inning because Presley came on in the 8th. He gave up the homer. He got a frozen rope off of Soto. Soto just hit an absolute rocket almost through Kyle Tucker's glove. Then Judge hit that ball 823 feet. There was a thought, and Chandler Rome put this question out there. should Hader have been used against the pocket in the 8th inning, and you don't go with the old school classic closer scenario? Because the Yankees do up in the bottom of the 8th with the Astros up 2, had 2, 3, 4 coming up. They had Juan Soto, Aaron Judge, and then Verdugo coming up. Should have Espada went with Hader in the 8th and go a little bit progressive and not the traditional closer in the 9th?
Yeah, it's something we've discussed previously on the show about kind of using those guys in different roles, those back 3 guys. I just think that based on people nitpicking how much we have and haven't seen Hader, that and the save opportunities versus not save opportunities, maybe that factored in. I would have been fine no matter what they did, just to make sure, because it makes more sense with the matchups with the lefty that you could go to Hader in the 8th with the meat of the order coming up. I'm fine with the way Espada handled it yesterday, because I think that was the sequencing they envisioned at the start of the year. But I also totally understand it if you have the opinion that he should have come in against their best 3 hitters, especially 2 lefties.
To me, it depends on if you're managing for one game or managing for 162. Because if you're managing for 162, I do believe in roles. Like, I believe in what he has going on right now, where Abreu's pretty much your 7th inning guy. If you need him to get out of a jam for the final out of the 6th, he's willing to do that, but then he's going to come back for the 7th. Presley right now is your 8th inning guy. Hader's been your 9th inning guy, and he gave you the 10th inning a couple of weeks ago or a week ago, and yesterday he gave you the final out of the 8th and then all of the 9th inning. So we know their roles. I mean, it's no secret. Abreu's the 7th inning guy if they're fully rested. Presley's the 8th inning guy, and Hader's the 9th inning guy. I do believe in roles during the regular season, during 162. Now, if you're managing for one game, if this is a playoff game, if this is a Game 7, if this is an elimination game, now it's a different story.
Mm-hmm.
Now I believe in let's get Hader against not only the meat of their lineup, but a couple of lefties in that 3-man pocket. Now, the counter argument to that is, well, then you have to have Ryan Presley get the final 3 outs. How comfortable are you with that? But it'd be with the guys a little further down in the lineup. So if you're managing for one, I agree with the notion Hader against that pocket in the 8th. If you're managing for the 162, I believe in the roles and have no problem with what Espada did. Now, if you're going to hedge and you're going to kind of tiptoe the fence here a little bit, you could make the case that with the Astros off to a 12-24 start before yesterday's win, maybe you should be managing for the 1 as opposed to the 162.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument to be made, like we said, that there's no wiggle room for guys to have days off right now. There's no room for anything other than desperate times, desperate measures. And it would factor. I think you saw it with Abreu, was it a year ago, when he finally kind of came into his own and they were starting to use him all over the place in different situations because of that. And you're absolutely right. In the playoffs, it's essential. As much as these games are essential right now for this team to try and have any hope of getting back into it, I just feel like I'm okay with the way Espada did it yesterday. But yeah, I mean, if this thing gets to, I don't even know. I think it's as desperate as it could possibly get. So it's not going to get much worse. But I think right now I was fine with the decision yesterday.
713-780-ESPN, HR&P listener line. What do you think the Astros should have done in that spot? It all worked out, I guess. Other thoughts from Game 3 yesterday? Certainly a lot to get to. 713-780-3776. It's a Friday edition of the Bees. We'll talk to Astro TV voice Todd Callis today at 4 ahead of Game 1 of the 3-game series beginning in Detroit. What's been the best part of 2024? We'll talk some Texans as well. Was Diggs the right way to go at receiver? Are there a couple of other guys out there that you could have went with? And what's the plan for rookie Kamari Lassiter as well? And is this what we needed yesterday? Are the Astros on the verge of a turnaround? And a Who Said It at 4:30 as well. 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, on ESPN Houston on YouTube. Blankers is a Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word for Bull Shirts. Bull Shirts has been in business in Houston forever, and they have constantly taken care of everybody and all their needs. It starts with all the different things, like their name says, in T-shirts. You can get the T-shirts. You can get them when you need them with what you want on them. And because they're locally owned and operated, if there's any adjustments to be made, mistakes to be fixed, or anything that goes wrong, they're here locally, so it's easy to fix, and it's speedy quick, too, to get them back to you. Unlike if you're ordering from across the country and you're getting companies that do this trying to be cheaper, but literally it's more difficult because it's hard to get to them and try to get them to respond. They've been here doing it, and they've been doing it so well that they have done the work for the two of the three biggest teams in this town, the Astros and the Rockets, and they take care of their needs. They can take care of yours too. It's everything from tents at a golf tournament to all the different gifts you might give away to everything in between. It's T-shirts. It's all kinds of tchotchkes and marketing and promotional opportunities. It's everything that you need from a promotional item standpoint, all under one roof. Check them out today, bull-shirts.com. They are going to make sure that they take care of you every step of the way. They're going to show you all the different things that they can offer you that might be of interest to you when you're looking for new and different gifts and ideas for your favorite customers or for anything that you have going on. Maybe it's even a family reunion and you need something like a shirt. They'll take care of it because they're the best in the business. They're here locally, and their one-stop shop opportunity is to take care of Houstonians. Bull-shirts.com. Tell them we sent you by.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. Lineup is out for today's game, by the way. And no Joey Loperfido.
Oh, come on, man.
No Joey Loperfido. Altuve, Tucker, Jordan plays the field. He's in left. Pena at short, Singleton at first, Bregman at third. Yiner DHs, Caratini catches, and Myers is in center field. So there's your lineup. This will be Caratini catching Fromber for the fourth straight game. The only game that Yiner caught Fromber was opening night. So that might have been, well, it's opening night. Let's let Yiner catch. But Caratini has now caught Fromber 4 straight starts. I think that's a pattern.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think it is too. And I think that, look, when we're looking at the opportunities, I think we know with some of the other guys, particularly when it gets to a guy like JV. JV's going to throw what he wants to throw and knows exactly what he wants to throw. Yeah, he'd like a veteran back there sometimes, but he's already been verbal about the fact that he has no problem with Yiner. But we know that the emotions that run in the psychologist role that has to be played when you catch a guy like Fromber is important, and the stability of a veteran back there is something that may, whether it's the right feel for either Fromber or for everybody involved, or it actually is more effective. I'm totally fine with that because right now, especially, you need Fromber to be his best self because of the hole you've dug.
Yeah, I mean, you're fine with it, but you don't like Loperfido in the lineup.
Right, but then
not in the lineup.
But then, yeah, and again, because Singleton's hitting, then it does change it. I think the bigger thing is this is residual because of the fact that he sat 2 games in New York, which I did not like. I mean, he got 2 hits yesterday. I'd like to see him in the lineup as frequently as possible. Jake's not hitting badly. Jake is also a better center fielder, as we discussed. Am I disappointed Joey's not in the lineup somewhere? Sure. But I'm not going to have a whole lot of qualms about a lineup that looks like that might be one of your best offensive lineups too. So it's fine. I'm more still probably upset about the fact that he sat 2 out of 3 in Yankee Stadium.
Well, he's probably going to sit tomorrow because Skubal's on the mound, who's a pretty tough lefty. So, and this is one like I have defended Jake Myers. Like this is one where I probably don't start Myers. Like if there's ever a day to play Loperfido in center, and I'm not a huge fan of that because I am concerned that he doesn't have the range to be a center fielder. I think he's more of a corner outfielder, preferably in left. Today's a day that you could get away with it because Fromber's a ground ball pitcher. And then knowing that Skubal's pitching tomorrow, it's like, okay, well, you have a lefty tomorrow, so we know that Joey's not going to be in the lineup, and we want Jake in the lineup. That one's a little bit curious to me, and I've been the one that's defended Jake. Little curious with that lineup, but I mean, clearly he wants Caratini to catch Fromber, and clearly he wants Yiner in the lineup. And usually when Yordan plays the field, it's whenever Fromber pitches because Fromber's a ground ball pitcher, and that lessens the opportunities for Yordan Alvarez to try to catch a fly ball. Not that he's bad at it. Anyways, those are my thoughts on the lineup. Offensively yesterday, Yordan Alvarez, please carry this team. Get hot and carry this team for a couple of weeks. I thought yesterday when he hit that home run and he looked back in the dugout, it's like, okay, he's going to put this team on his back. Let's see if that happens. He also had that double in the middle innings there that scored the 4th run, basically, that allowed the Astros to have a little bit of cushion. Turns out they needed that cushion. And then the John Singleton, we talked about the pick, great defensive play. Mm-hmm. That home run he hit yesterday, unbelievable. The only thing that was better than the home run and the distance and the mesmerizing flight of that baseball was the bat flip. The bat flip is awesome.
He's had some good ones this year. I mean, there are no doubters when he hits them, and he lets you know, and I'm here for it. Look, I'm just happy that the guy – I didn't think that there was a case to be made, and I'm the first one to admit it. I was done seeing John Singleton. And if it's in his mind because he wasn't playing consistently and it was a tough situation because of the money you were paying Abreu to get him those consistent at-bats, but for whatever the reason that he's figured it out, to get the pop and get some output from the first base position and not get hurt defensively as well – it's just been a huge positive out of what was the most negative position group out in the field this year for this team, probably.
Yeah, that was cool to see. 1-8-1-8. Why is Loperfido up if he's not playing? I guess to be the left-handed bat on the bench because that's what he's been on this road trip. This is the 4th game of the road trip, and he has started 1 game. He's probably not starting tomorrow, so he's probably going to start one of the first 5 games of this roadie. I agree. And look. Today you can kind of make the defense right because, okay, let's play our better defensive outfielder. Now behind a ground ball pitcher, maybe he doesn't carry as much weight. Caratini, it seems very obvious that he's going to catch Fromber. They want Yordan in the outfield every now and then. It's natural to do it whenever he's behind a ground ball pitcher. So, today you can kind of excuse it. The game on Tuesday against the Yankees where they started Cabbage over him, that's one to me that's inexcusable. That's one where you're just like, come on, man.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And, when you look at the scenarios in the situation that you're dealing with on a game-by-game basis, look, I was the one that was down on Singleton. I've been down on Jake, but I can't dismiss the fact that Jake has been making contact. He's getting hits, and he's a good defensive center. I do agree with you, though, that if you're going to have a ground ball pitcher on the mound, too, it's not as imperative to have Jake's defense in center field as it might be to get the offense of Loperfido. I go back to what was said when Loperfido was brought up, and they said he's not coming up to sit. And then you look at it, the potential is he could sit a whole lot more than he's played on this road trip by the time they come back to Houston, and I don't know that that's acceptable.
Yeah, it's interesting. 1029, if you're pitching Abreu, Presley, Hater, 789. It's likely going to be a high-leverage situation. Bottom line is Presley, Abreu, you have to be better and get 3 outs. Yes, that is true, but would you rather have Hater face 2, 3, 4 in a lineup and then Presley face, let's say, 6, 7, 8? So that's the difference between the inning there. Now, you could also push back at me and say, well, the last 3 outs are the hardest 3 outs to get. So there's a little bit of a gray area there. It's a 50-50 conversation. Some people are cool with it. Some people aren't. Usually it's either you're progressive, you're not. I like to consider myself a hybrid of the two. That's why my answer is for 1 game, I like the idea of Hader in the 8th. For 162, I do think that roles matter. 5315 top 4 guy, Blanco is the guy. Without him, we would only have 8 to 9 wins. Now, agreed, like so far through 37 games, Blanco has been your best starting pitcher. There is zero argument there. But if we're talking about the next 120-plus games, do you expect him to be the best starter? I mean, maybe.
He could be, but at the same time, you'd be nowhere without him. But you can't disrespect the fact that when healthy, it isn't really a slap in the face for him to be the 4th best starter if you're getting the best from the other 3 guys that have been ahead of him previous to him coming onto the scene and doing what he's doing this season. I mean, if JV's healthy and he's right, and he's not completely right, as he's even said, but if JV starts settling in, he hasn't been bad to this point except for the start against the Yankees, and Fromber kind of starts getting it going, Javier pitches well. It's not a bad thing to say that he's your 4th starter if the fact is those 4 guys are better than most in this league in a rotation when you got to start, stacking some wins.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Speaking of Blanco, has he been the best part of 2024? If it's not Blanco, who is it? 713-780-3776. And also this disaster of a tweet that the Astros sent yesterday. We'll tell you what it was. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Voice of the Astros, Todd Callis on the shin, will be joining us at 4 o'clock, top of the hour, so you don't want to miss that. Also, what has been the best part of the Astros season so far? 37 games in, 713-780-3776. If it's Blanco, let us know. If it's somebody else, let us know. The Astros sent this tweet yesterday. Every team nowadays, they have social media people. They tweet a lot. Some people get paid for their tweets, et cetera, et cetera. They have their score graphic. Astros win 4-3, final, picture of Pena, Singleton high-fiving, yay. The caption of this tweet, and the tweet reads, "Start spreading the news." Start spreading the news. So they're boasting here. They're bragging here. And certainly the Bees are not above that. When the Astros swept the Yankees a couple of years ago, we were playing every song that had New York in its lyrics. We played this song, "Start spreading the news." I got told by the bosses not to sing anymore. You can't do this after you salvage one game and you avoid a sweep. You can't do this when you've lost 6 of the 7 games in the season series. You can't boast, brag, and be a troll on Twitter when the Yankees stole your lunch from you in the first 6 games of the season series and you just salvaged one by one stinking run. You can't boast and brag after you escape with 1 in the season series. This is an awful tweet by the admin.
I mean, if you think about it, Jeremy, it could be the fact, start spreading the news, we finally won one today. I mean, it could be the fact that they finally got a win and they're trying to brag about it. I mean, I agree. The fact that you're trying to play off the New York game, but the New York song, but at the same time, start spreading the news. Yeah, you're leaving today. You're getting out of town and you finally got a win after getting your ass handed to you 6 out of 7 games by the Yankees this season. It's an embarrassment. Yeah, you're looking for all positives at this point because you work for the team. But, I mean, I would wait. I don't know that there's a right time right now with as bad as this team is playing to be a cocky, the cocky web person for the Astros.
No, you just play this one by the norm here. You go very modest, hey, yay, win, great job, to troll the other team, which I'm in favor of a troll. But you can't boast whenever you salvage one game of the 7 games in the season series. Read the room. Tone deaf. You're 13-24. The Yankees had beaten you 6 games in a row. You were lucky to get out of there with a win. You won by 1. Tone deaf admin. I think it's a new admin this year, and she hasn't been I don't know who it is.
No, she.
They haven't been well liked by the Astro fan base so far.
Yeah, she took heat early because someone did a deep dive and found out she was a Dodger fan, and for one of her tweets early in the season too. But I mean, I'm sure she'll take her lumps. The Yankee fans, rightfully so, we're having their fun because of the recent success that they've had now against the Astros. And you got to kind of take your medicine as easy as it is to step on them when they're down. I mean, when the tables turn, and they have turned right now, it's obviously not the postseason, but the way the Yankees have owned you in recent last couple of years, you got to just take the L's at this point and understand that it's different for both teams. They loaded up. They got a big-ass bat in the middle of their lineup, and you aren't playing good baseball.
3667, you got to have the record to troll. That's crazy. Yeah, you have to have the record, and you also have to have scoreboard. Yes, you won the game yesterday, but Yankees' response is cool. You beat us once in 7 games. We won the first 6. Like, it was such a tone-deaf tweet. Like, the one that irritated everybody a couple of years ago when they beat Seattle and the See Us Rise. Oh, my goodness, think of the children. That's the time you do it. You just eliminated them. You ended their year. You have the ultimate scoreboard. That was a great tweet. Great troll. But to do it when you're 13-24 and you win 1 of 7 games from the New York Yankees is ridiculous. Ridiculous. The admin is just so tone deaf, which maybe it's symbolic of the record. All right, what's been the best thing? The best thing for the Astros. I saw Joe George tweet this yesterday. He's like, yay, Renaud Blanco, he's good at baseball. He's been the best thing about 2024. He and what else have been the best thing about the Stros so far?
Yeah, he's the runaway winner. But when you look at it, I mean, there's several. I think Pena's adjustments have been a huge success story. When you talk about a guy that a lot of people were extremely critical of coming into this season, and the fact that people expected more, and it's unfair to expect what he did in the playoffs a couple years ago, but they were clamoring for more. And not only has he gotten off to a hot start, he sustained it, maintained it, and now hitting in the cleanup spot, he's actually looking like he's taking it up a notch again. I think that's one of the big positives for this team, that I think of all the things that you looked at going into the season and how sturdy and strong and tough this top part of the lineup could be, the fact that Pena would be in it and be flourishing in it is something that I don't think a lot of people could have predicted.
Yeah, some might have. Ronel Blanco for sure is the runaway winner in this one. I agree. I don't think you can include any other starters in the mix. Maybe Javier's production can be in the conversation, but his injury kind of takes him out of it. And then you kind of expected or at least needed Javier to be good, where Blanco was out of nowhere. Anybody in the bullpen, not really of significance. Seth Martinez is a sub-2 ERA. That's good, but he's not one of your leverage guys. So, what's the significance of that? It just means you have a deeper bullpen, which is good, but certainly not in the conversation with Ronel Blanco. Altuve, hot start. He's been really, really good. But again, you kind of expect Altuve to be really good. Pena's offensive numbers better than most would think. Kyle Tucker's been really stinking good. 11 home runs. I think it's still second in the American League in homers. I know he was tied.
He was tied. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if that's still the case.
So yeah, I think Blanco's the easy choice, and then you have other contenders like Pena, Tucker, and Altuve that can be in the conversation.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, short doses right now. The fact that you didn't know what to expect when you brought Loperfido up, and though he doesn't have a home run, he's getting hits in games, and it looks like the league's not too big for him, so that's a positive. The fact that when you were getting absolutely nothing out of first base and you didn't think either guy was a guy that should be on the field any longer, Singleton has actually stepped up and been more than respectable and been able to get some production out of first base to where you're going to ride with him for a while more because of the fact that he's hitting some long balls and doing some damage. So that's a short-term positive, those two guys, but it didn't happen for the full start of the season. One, from Loperfido not being up. Two, from Singleton just not doing it on a platoon basis, but seemingly starting to do more now that he's getting all the starts.
Yeah, hopefully Singleton's more than short-term. Maybe hopefully it is long-term, and he can be your first baseman for the rest of the year. OPS plus, I'm a big OPS guy. OPS, I think, is the second most important offensive number in baseball. WOBA to me is number one, but WOBA is not easily accessible and people don't really know what you're talking about. OPS plus basically calculates OPS, but it makes it where 100 is league average. So it's easy to see, okay, well, this guy has a 120 OPS plus. He's 20 points better than league average, right? Because league average is always 100. League average in OPS fluctuates, but average in OPS plus is always 100. John Singleton's at 120. John Singleton is an above-average offensive player with 82 at-bats, 25 games in 2024. And the fact that he's been able to do that, and now with more run, I think it's easier to hit when you're getting repetition because baseball can be a bit of a repetition sport. It's more difficult to play once every 3-4 games and have any success. It's why pinch hitters back in the NL days never had good offensive numbers because it was tough to come off the bench and hit. It was tough to play sporadically and hit. So seeing him get a run of play and actually being above average big league hitter, considering Jose Abreu was on pace to being the worst offensive player in the history of the game, the worst position player in the history of the game, has been really nice to see. Now you don't have an automatic out in the first base spot wherever it's at in the batting order, and it's actually been above average productivity. So that's been obviously a really good thing for the Stros to kind of piggyback off what you said.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think that's part of the reason why there's more optimism because, if you start getting the elephant in the room is obviously the fact that no matter how good all these guys are hitting, again yesterday you had a perfect opportunity to have a runner on third base, nobody out, and you could not get him in, and their inability to get guys in with runners in scoring position is so frustrating because of how good some of these guys and most of these guys are starting to play or have played offensively. When you look at Altuve, when you look at how Yiner got off to a hot start and his average is good, you look at Tucker and the fact that he keeps heating up. Whether Yordan has been struggling a little bit now and hopefully he's snapping out of it or not, there's still enough consistency in the lineup with good bats that you would think they'd have good at-bats with runners in scoring position and be more effective, and they just haven't figured it out yet.
No, they've been lousy with runners in scoring position. They've been lousy at situational baseball, and that's why we talk about lineup construction, and is the lineup construction the reason that the offensive numbers are good, but the runs per games are not? I really don't think it's the case. I think it's more what you just said. I think it's production with runners in scoring position. I think it's production in those situational spots where you have a runner at third, less than 2 outs. To me, that matters way more than any sort of lineup construction and who's batting second and who's batting fourth. To me, it's situational baseball. And why does this offense have good offensive numbers, but they're below average in runs? Situational hitting. I don't care who's hitting third and who's hitting sixth.
Yeah, no, I agree. Brian and I were talking about it as it was unfolding yesterday, and I'm like, oh, God, with this part of the lineup, with Pena on third base and nobody out, there's a legit chance. I said they're not going to score. And I was, tongue-in-cheek, half kidding, going, there's no way they're not going to get him in with nobody out and a runner on third. And then they didn't do it, and you're like, oh, my God, that's the microcosm of the whole season right there. Whether they're up in the game or down in the game, the fact that you had a runner on third base with those three guys in your lineup up and didn't even sniff another run, that's not good.
Well, they had, at least three instances where they had runner at third less than two. In the second, they had the bases loaded, one out. Tucker struck out. In the third, that was the inning where Pena got to third base with nobody out. He singled, stole second, took third on the error. He was at third with nobody out, didn't score. And then was it the eighth inning whenever you had a runner at third, Altuve up with one out, and he struck out swinging? So there was.
He indeed did. Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, there was multiple instances of this. Even yesterday, it very easily should have been a blowout in yesterday's game. AR Platinum says Pena, what a turnaround. Even Singleton doing something more than Minnie, sadly. Another one from 6091, Tucker, the bright spot. Tucker has been really, really stinking good. And I think we're seeing prime Kyle Tucker, quite frankly. Good thing he's under contract for one more year. Unless you're out of the race, then maybe you trade him. 8437, I think Blanco's and Singleton's emergence this year has been the best thing for me so far. Pena's resurgence, also very nice. Dial Tucker coming back to us has been the best part of the season so far for me. I don't know what the Dial Tucker means, but got your point. And then 3977, Orbit is the best of the 2024 season so far. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me when the Texans were winning 11 games in 3 years and Toro was being named the mascot of the year.
That's
exactly what that reminds me of.
Yeah, or I could take it a step further. The year that Clutch was nominated himself for the Mascot Hall of Fame, and then it was a vote to get in of the mascots that got nominated, and he made all of our part-time marketing people sit at phones and dial in votes for him till he got in.
That's wild.
Yeah.
He self-nominated himself?
He self-nominated and self-succeeded in getting in the Hall of Fame.
Well done, Hall of Famer. Yeah, maybe Orbit will be on the same career plight.
Doesn't matter how you get there, he got there.
713-780-ESPN. Dre's asking us who's better, Adam Everett or Alex Bregman on the Twitch. We're not going to entertain that. It is a fair question. But we talk a lot about Bregman's demotion in the batting order. Is it time to talk about a demotion of another player? Who is it, and should we demote him? Next, it's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Is it time for another demotion for the Houston Astros? 713-780-ESPN. We had a text earlier. We are season ticket holders, love the Stros. Our family is a Bregman supporter. Do you buy his salsa? When he's good and even when he's bad. Presley, awesome person, but his time is over. When we are at Minute Maid Park and they play Presley's intro music, my 11-year-old says, Dad, let's go and beat the traffic. I don't want to see him get crushed. Is it time, which, why are you a supporter of Bregman but not Presley? Anyways, is it time to demote Ryan Presley?
The first question is how far are you demoting him? Where are you demoting him to? I mean, you could give him the 7th and give Abreu the 8th, but we just said those 3 guys should be interchangeable. I don't think so. I think that you know how good he's been. You know that the same way you're giving leeway to Hader, you're giving leeway to Abreu. He's getting leeway as well. He did not look good yesterday again. But at the same time, the rest of that bullpen, I don't know in high leverage situations that there's a whole lot of options. I don't want to see Montero in that situation. The only possible scenario where, if you want to call it a demotion, is you reshuffle and let Abreu have the 8th and let Presley have the 7th. But at this point, I'm just not ready to do that yet. I still believe in Ryan Presley. I think he'll figure it out. He had these bumps in the road a year ago. But I just think that if you're giving leeway to all 3 guys who all should have been better than they've been so far this season, I'm not going to demote him.
Yeah, I would. I would demote Ryan Presley. Like, again, you're in dire straits. You're not 24-13. You're 13-24. And it's going to take a 6-11 winning percentage to get back into the playoff race. So you don't really have a whole lot of time of like, well, he's a veteran, and we really like this veteran, so let's do what's in the best interest of the veteran. There shouldn't be any thoughts of that anymore. The thought should be we have to do whatever we can to win baseball games, and the Astros did that with Alex Bregman. Kudos to them. Did it come too long? That's up for debate. But kudos to them for making a difficult decision, hurting feelings of a guy who's been a fixture in the golden era of Astro baseball for the right now, for winning games in 2024. It's how you should handle things. And I think you have to do the same thing with Ryan Presley. Now, I do agree with your logic that it's not far. Like, I'm not demoting him under Rafael Montero. Montero is like your 4th highest leverage pitcher right now. Hader at the top, Presley second, Abreu's 3rd, and then Montero's 4th. I'm not demoting him under Montero. It's not a huge demotion. It's not as big a demotion as what we're seeing, Bregman going from 4-hole to the 6-hole. But I would make Abreu my higher leverage guy. And it doesn't necessarily mean that he's the 7th or 8th inning. Kind of like how we were talking about Hader and Presley in the opening segment where it's, hey, this is a better pocket, 2, 3, 4. Do you want your pitcher facing 2, 3, 4 in the other team's lineup? Or do you want them facing 6, 7, 8 in the other team's lineup? So depending on when that pocket comes, I don't care what inning it is. But I'm going to have Abreu in my higher leverage situation than Ryan Presley. I'm going to jump Abreu over Presley. Doesn't mean that Abreu's pitching the 8th all the time. You might want him in the 7th because they have 2, 3, 4 coming up. But Abreu would take the lead in if I were running the team over Ryan Presley. Abreu up to my 2nd highest leverage guy, Presley down to my 3. I think it is time, yes.
Okay. I mean, and we can agree to disagree. And I think we're both in agreement. Even if you call it a demotion, he's not going that far. I think that I'm fine if the external world calls it a demotion. But if you just, in the world of analytics and the world of matchups, if you just decide whether it be the manager, the general manager, or the entire Crane gang decides that, hey, we're going to do closer by committee depending on matchups and where it falls in the lineup, so be it. You have 3 of the best back-end bullpen guys in baseball. Most people thought going into the season you had the best final 3 guys at the back end of any team in baseball. Use them how you see fit to get wins. So if you want to treat it like a playoff game from that perspective and play more to the matchups, that's fine. I believe that Ryan Presley is still calm in big-time high-leverage situations. It's just a matter of kind of fine-tuning and figuring out his stuff. I still think he can get guys out. So, I guess, it's everybody's entitled to their opinion. The other thing is, like, again, how far is he going? Because the bullpen doesn't have that many options for you.
Yeah, I'd move him down to my 3rd leverage guy. And no further than that. Not moving him down lower than Montero. But I give Abreu the promotion and Presley the demotion. And, look, a lot of times one of them's going to be sat down anyways because they're, they're empty. They're not available. 713-780-ESPN 3667. I've never understood the Hader thing. He was good in a contract year. Other than that, he got lit up on a regular basis. That is flat out incorrect.
Not true.
He's had one bad year in his big league career prior to this year. That was in 22. He was dominant, yes, last year in a contract year. He was dominant in 21 with a 1.23 ERA. 2020, the COVID year, like it's the COVID year, he had a 3.79 ERA. Like you might say, well, that's not great for a closer, but he did lead baseball in saves. And then the year before that, 262, 37 saves. The year before that, in his second year, 243 in his second year. And that's when he was going like multiple innings. He won 6 games out of the bullpen. And the year prior to that, he had a 2.08 ERA. His career ERA, even including the bad year in 22 and the bad start this year, is 2.62. Like, in what world is Josh Hader getting lit up in a consistent basis? Now, maybe 24 and maybe 22, but the rest of his career has been dominant.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, look, going in to this year, I saw some stat about him having the lowest earned run average over maybe it was the last 5 years of baseball or whatever it is. The fact is that you went out and got him and paid him what you did, made him the highest paid closer in baseball for a reason. The dude's been hyper effective. The dude's been lights out wherever he's been, Milwaukee, San Diego, and I don't know that there's any arguing that. To say that a guy got lit up is not even close to reality. If you're watching baseball at all,
it's what it is. Quite frankly, it's fake news.
Yeah.
It's not having an understanding of reality. 8192. Does anyone else think that John Singleton is the best bat flip in baseball? John Singleton's bat flip is the best bat flip since Luis Valbuena. May God rest his soul. Like, he has Luis Valbuena bat flips.
You're talking about Astros wise.
I'm talking period. Like, I watch Astro baseball obviously way more than other teams, so I'm probably not nearly as familiar with other big leaguers than I am Astros. But the two best hitters and their bat flips that I can remember in recent memory are John Singleton and Luis Valbuena.
Yeah, R.I.P. Valbuena. He did have a good one. I just remember like the big ones. Like, was it who was it? Was it Joey Bats when he hit the one that was the walk-off?
Yeah.
And he just absolutely, like, two-hand threw it over his head as high as he could go.
That was against the Rangers, I think.
I think it might have been. Yeah, and then then after that he got his lights punched out by
No, I think the punch actually happened before that.
Really?
Yeah, I think I might be wrong with my timeline, but I feel like that happened before the home run by Joey Bats. I could be wrong. I really don't remember, but I feel like it was.
Those were two big-time shots. The home run and the bat flip, and then the Odor punch. That was a direct hit. That was fantastic. I just remember that one as being a really big one. Probably from an Astros perspective, you nailed it. And I just would say from a national perspective, that's the one I remember the most.
Yeah, I love me some good old. So, yeah, Odor happened May 16th, and then the bat flip, it was in the playoffs in 15. So maybe it did carry over. Maybe that's the reason why.
Maybe.
Huh. Yeah, maybe there was bad blood. So, yeah, it was the bat flip and then the punch later that next year, actually, the summer of the next year. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Good recall there. Here's one for you. Is it time to test the market and try to get something for Bregman instead of him walking for free? Look, at this point, Bregman's not going to give you a whole lot because he's getting a
Diet Coke
bad.
and a bag of chips. I mean, you're not getting anything for him.
No, and again, you're not out of it yet. Now, can we readdress this in the summer? Yeah, we can talk about this in the summer. May 10th is, and again, you want him to heat up. If you're going to trade him, you want him to get better because it's like selling a stock. You don't want to sell it whenever it's at its lowest value. You're not getting great return on that.
Got 2 hits yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, he likes that 6-hole a little bit better than the 2
or the 4
Whatever it
takes at this point. You need production from your third baseman, just like you needed production from your first baseman. He's got to find it soon. I'm not in the market to trade him. I believe they're going to ride it out with him, and we're both of the same opinion that if you're getting pennies on the dollar, if that, there's no sense in trading him. But he's got to get his head out of his cheeks and figure some stuff out quickly.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's his issue.
You know what I'm talking about, figure of speech.
Now, I mean, I would if it might be a different conversation whenever we're talking on July 10th. Because if you're 15 games out and you're 20 games below 500, I'm having a fire sale. So the conversation might be different when we talk in 2 months. So I'm not ruling that out this year. I'm ruling that out on May 10th, though.
I could see it. I could see a team that's in it looking to get a veteran with experience like a Bregman at the deadline that might be interested in giving you something. I may be in the minority here, but the fire sale to me doesn't include Kyle Tucker. Unless there's absolutely no chance in your mind that you are going to try and re-sign him.
Is
or
there
that
a
you
chance
can
in your
re-sign
mind
him.
that you're going to re-sign him?
I personally don't think that they're going to re-sign him because I
Then
don't.
why would you trade him?
Because I think that next year you got another at least you could get another full year or a half year of his productivity in a lineup with Jordan and Altuve, assuming they don't dig themselves another hole and they're not completely finished for the long haul, and this is just a one-season anomaly, that I would like to have him in the lineup again and do what they've done with a lot of their other free agents to be's, which is just ride it out with them, say that you're going to, for the sake of the fandom and everything else, that you're going to negotiate and try and get a deal done. And if you don't, you don't. But at least for one more season next season, those three of those top four guys are solidified, and they're damn good.
So it's a soft rebuild because you still expect to be a winner next year.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fair. I would tear it down though. I think both sides are logical. I would say that yours is probably more popular, quite frankly. But yeah, I mean, let's see where we are in 2 months. Like, I'm not ready to have those conversations yet, but if we need to, we will. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. When we come back, the voice of the Astros on the shin, Todd Callis, joins us next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HRMP guest line, being joined by the voice of the Astros, Todd Callis. Our conversations presented by Texas Star Grill Shop and Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. Start shopping for your new vehicle at LanceZCars.com. TK, thanks for taking a few minutes on what is a busy day, of course. Astros starting a 3-game series tonight in Detroit. Where would the Astros be without Ronel Blanco?
7-23. That's their record without him, and they're 6-1 on the games he starts. So, yeah, and they should have won the 7th game. It was the game they had to lead late in D.C. and gave it up in the 9th inning. So, yeah, they could easily be 7-0 with Ronel on the mound and 7-23 with everybody else on the mound. He has been a blessing. He has been a savior. the number 5 starter, has been their most consistent performer and given them length as a starter. So, yeah, it hasn't been a good year, but Ronel Blanco has been a shining star in the rotation for sure.
Well, let's keep the positives going, TK, coming off a win. What about the John Singleton resurrection? The fact that we were looking at first base, getting zero production from either guy. There were people pointing fingers and asking questions about both guys. Abreu goes down. Singleton gets more consistent at bats. Who could have seen this coming? But, boy, was it a right place, right time, and much-needed addition, John Singleton's bat to this lineup.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's a great story. In fact, Julie, I think, is working on that story right now. She talked to A.J. Hinch about John because A.J. saw John in the early part of his career. But who would have thought a guy who was basically, out of baseball for 3 years? You don't see guys come back after a year or two away. To be out of baseball for 3 years, go back through the Mexican League, work his way back, believe in himself. Obviously, his family is a big part of the reason why he's back here, because they stuck with him in his journey back to the big leagues. But it's not easy to basically start from scratch after being out of the game and out of affiliated ball. So for him to get a chance to play on an everyday basis now, since Abreu's gone to West Palm Beach, he's taking full advantage of it. If he would have struggled that first 4 or 5 days, you might have seen a Loperfido or Dubon or somebody get a shot at first base. But John has basically not allowed that. He said, here I am. I'm going to make my presence felt, and he's done a great job. That pick in the 9th inning yesterday was very underrated. Hader throws that fastball to catcher that sometimes doesn't get picked clean. For John to pick that one clean in a 1-run game in the 9th inning was not quite as big as the home run, but certainly a valuable play.
Todd Callis joining us on the HR&P guest line. And looks, I mean, he's going to get a run of play there as well. Like when they sent down Abreu to West Palm Beach and Abreu, put the ego aside, all of that. And the thought was at the time, okay, Singleton's going to get a chance, but Loperfido might get a chance. Dubon played first base for an inning, actually. You have Cabbage that's currently on this roster, and Singleton just flat out took over that job. I mean, he's won the job outright, it seems.
Yeah, I was interested to see who Joe was going to play over first base against Carlos Rodon, because Rodon can be so good with that slider against lefties. And when he started John against Rodon, I thought, well, maybe, he's just going to play him out here until as long as he keeps hitting. And so he keeps hitting, mentioned the defensive play. But, yeah, he has pretty much become the everyday first baseman here for the last week and a half.
On the other side of that, TK, we know that Abreu did the team a solid, and they did him a solid, and everything's working on it. We've talked about it on the show. Is there any scenario where he doesn't get another look and gets called back up where he's going to get another chance?
I don't know. I guess that's possible. I still think we're in the nascent stages of how this is all playing out, and I think right now the reports we're getting is that he's doing his work and getting his swing down and trying to work his way back. But I think we're still early in this whole process to try and figure out exactly how that plays out and what the final scenario is with Jose Abreu. So, yeah, the reports we get are good, but I don't know if that's a scenario we'll see, but I don't think it's 100% out of the equation either.
How about Josh Hader being a guy that goes more than just an inning? Like the entire narrative was that he doesn't take the ball, et cetera, et cetera. And this is the second time in, 10 days or so that Josh Hader has went more than 3 outs. He went 2 innings in the extra inning game, a 4-out save yesterday. It seems like Hader is a gamer with the Astros.
Yeah, it's amazing, right? You sign a 5-year deal, you have a little security, and all of a sudden the rules change a little bit. But, yeah, I don't think, Hader has said in the past it wasn't something that he was completely opposed to, especially if it meant getting into the postseason or while they were in the postseason. He just didn't want to do it on a regular basis. And I don't think it's Joe Espada's play to have him pitch multiple innings on a regular basis. It's just been one of those scenarios in both cases where he felt like he had no other option. Ryan Presley has been, dealing with a little bit of a sore lower back, so he hasn't always been available in the past week or so. So he wanted to make sure Hader was going to get that 4-out save. That was an imperative game for the Astros to win, not just because they had the lead early, but those were the games that they were losing at points during the season where they had the lead in the 6th, the 7th, the 8th. They couldn't afford to let the Yankees sweep them for the entire season series and give up that game. So desperate times, deserve desperate measures. And I don't think you're going to see Joe do that very often, but I've been surprised to see him do it twice already. And it is cool that Josh has been amenable to both times.
Okay, so on that school of thought, TK, when you talk about those three guys in the back of the bullpen, we just got done talking about this. We know that Presley has struggled, but all three guys have struggled. We know the Astros are a very forward-thinking, analytical-type team. Could you ever see a scenario where even if Hader is the guy that's going to be the save guy at the very back of the bullpen, where based on matchups, where they are in the lineup and what side of the plate they hit on, it could be interchangeable between Abreu and Presley, maybe even others, but at least particularly with those two guys?
I thought yesterday was the scenario where if they were going to flip the script, they could have and use Hader with Soto, Judge, and then Verdugo because the two lefties, and then Judge has great numbers against Presley. So I thought if that scenario was going to play out, it might have been yesterday, but Joe just didn't feel comfortable doing it that way. He might have in a different time if Presley was 100% healthy and he knew Presley had pitched his normal routine the last few days. But because Press hadn't pitched in 6 days and because he's been dealing with a little bit of that sore back, he didn't want to put the pressure on Presley for the ninth inning, even if it was a more advantageous spot in the lineup in the ninth inning than the eighth inning for Ryan. So to answer your question, could it happen later on in the year? Absolutely. But I think that's the reason why it didn't happen yesterday.
Todd Callis, our guest on the HR&P guest line. Todd, you've seen over the years when Yordan Alvarez gets hot, how much he can carry a team. And he's been reeling a little bit, certainly not the Yordan that we've come to expect. Yesterday we saw a glimpse of old Yordan, the home run in the first, the double later that sparked another run. You've seen it firsthand. When he gets hot, how does he carry a team?
It just kind of makes everybody around him better. So all of a sudden, Yordan has a lot of aspects to his game that are underrated. His base running's underrated. His fielding's underrated. Obviously, his power can't be underrated because he hits the ball as far as anybody on the planet. Maybe not other than Judge and Stan, who are the StatCast darlings, but he's right there with them. So he just makes everybody better based on the fact that he can give you a great at-bat. He can draw a walk. He can run the base as well. He can drive in runs. He can hit the ball 425 feet or 475 feet when he connects. He's just. Jeff Bagwell said it on one of our earlier broadcasts that he is the best overall hitter in Astros history. He said Altuve is probably a better average hitter, but in terms of the best overall hitter in Astros history, Jeff Bagwell wasn't too shabby himself and saw Greg Biggio hit alongside him for all those years. Said Jordan's the best. So. I think the numbers are staggering. I don't have them in front of me, but I want to say his slugging percentage when they win games is close to 800, and his slugging percentage when they lose games is under 300. And it sounds like, you don't want to put everything on Yordan, but it's close to, as Yordan goes, so goes this offense. He's such an integral part of the middle of that lineup.
TK, I heard you guys when you were talking about that, and it was a kind of an eye-opening stat to go, wow, we knew he's been impactful, but that impactful is crazy. On the flip side, when we heard Joey Loperfido was coming up, we heard he was coming up not to sit the bench. He was coming up to play. He sits 2 out of the 3 games against the Yankees. He's sitting tonight with a lefty tomorrow. He may not hit tomorrow. Has it surprised you that he hasn't seen the field more since they called him up? Because he's had some success.
Yeah, a little bit. You're right. I was a little surprised that he hasn't been in there on a more regular basis, but they're still trying to figure out a way to get this lineup in sync and get the best out of the lineup. So, yeah, to answer your question, I'm a little bit surprised because when he was called up, he was leading all of minor league baseball in home runs, and he's still leading the AAA level. I'm not sure about all of minor league baseball, but he's still the AAA leader in the International League and Pacific League in home runs, even though he hasn't been there in a couple weeks. But I thought he would be playing on a more regular basis, but they're trying to work everybody in there. They're trying to get Dubon his starts. They're trying to get Jake Myers his starts, Trey Cabbage his starts. So there's a lot of choices in the outfield, and they've been using Yordan primarily as a DH lately, but he likes to play in the outfield too when he gets a chance. So, yeah, it's a crowded outfield situation, and when Trey Cabbage came up, maybe that took a little bit of the everyday playing time away from Joey Loperfido. But we'll see how it plays out in the next week or so because there's a lot of games in a lot of days in a short amount of time. They're in a span of 29 games in 30 days. So if he doesn't play on a regular basis, he'll still get a share of ABs.
And to that point, the 29 games in 30 days, Todd Callis joining us on the HR&P guest line. How do you think that they shape it up with the rotation? You know, we've kind of heard thoughts of a six-man, but Brown has struggled. Eric Getty has struggled. They're getting Javier back tomorrow. Have you heard anything else on how they're going to try to attack this stretch from a starting pitching perspective?
Yeah, I think they are going to try and look to a six-man rotation at some point. I mean, Verlander pitched on the first game of this road trip, as he's going to get the last game of this road trip. So he'll go in part of the regular five-man rotation. But beyond that, when they head back home, you may start to see them work into a six-man. Hunter Brown and Spencer Getty obviously can fill in the other two spots. In addition to the guys who are pitching this weekend, Fromber and JB, with Ronel Blanco going yesterday, and then Christian Javier coming back. Those would be your six for now. And then Urquidy's probably a couple of rehab starts away from rejoining the rotation beyond that. So at that point, you might have a decision. But a lot of those things played themselves out. But I do think you're going to see the Astros go to some sort of 5.5 to 6-man rotation, if you will, once they get back home after this road trip.
TK, obviously it's a topic of conversation every day because of the team struggles early, and we know the numbers don't go in their favor, but they're literally only 7 games out in the loss column of getting back in the division. As bad as it's been, is it wrong for me to still have some optimism this team is going to get back into it because of the injuries and getting healthy and seeing some of these guys, especially at first base, like with Singleton, finding their stroke?
No, I think if you just look at it and take all the emotion out of it of being an Astros fan or somebody watching the Astros on an everyday basis, when you take all the emotion out of it, you see on Fangraphs that they're like, I don't know, 35 to 36% chance of making the playoffs right now. Is that where they wanted to be on opening day? Absolutely not. But it's much better than a lot of people are giving credit for here after a 13-24 start. So, yeah, it's absolutely possible for them to get back in this. We're not even at the quarter-way point of the season yet. They can't. What they can't do now, because of this start, they can't have another 20 or 30-game stretch where they play poorly. They can't afford to have another stretch this year where they play subpar baseball like they have in the first 37 games. So they've taken that part out of the equation. There's no buffer zone for them, but can they play well enough to get back in this thing and make it to the playoffs? Absolutely, and I'm not just saying that as an Astros announcer. Just go to Fangraphs and look at their percentage chances of making the playoffs, and it's a lot higher than a lot of teams with a better record right now in the American League.
Yeah, they're ahead of the pace of the Tombstone Astros, too, so there is that. They are ahead of that pace. But, yeah, it's a team that has too much talent, TK. TK, we appreciate the time, as always. Hope you call a winner tonight in a series win, too.
Yeah, that'd be fun. And it should be a fun night here in Detroit. It's a nice night, and the Tigers are breaking out their new City Connect unis tonight and tomorrow. So it'll be a whole different look than what you've been used to watching Tigers baseball in the past.
Okay, good. I look forward to it. And yeah, maybe Blum can get it Hinch's ear a little bit too to help out the local nine. Have a good call, TK.
All right, guys. Talk to you next weekend.
Todd Callis, the voice of the Astros on the Shin. Our conversation presented by Texas Star Grill Shop and Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. Start shopping for your new vehicle at lancezcars.com. When we come back on the Killer Bees, would you rather have Robert Woods or this guy? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville is a game changer because, quite frankly, Doc Linville has a variety of different ways that he can either get your hair back or he can get your hair to look better, be stronger and thicker, and give you more results on a daily basis as it results in better coverage and a better overall look and feel. That's because of this, all the different ways he can help you. First, there's PRP. And you've heard PRP used in sports a lot in terms of platelet-rich therapy, in terms of getting the stimulation and the growth back in, whether it's the joints in your knees and your elbows, or in this case, your hair. They do PRP treatment. It's way cheaper than the NeoGraft procedure. But if you have hair that's there, it just needs to have an extra kick in the shorts, so to speak, and kind of get stronger and have a better appearance. PRP could be your first option. If that's not an option, if you've already gone bald or your thinning is way too far gone, Doc will tell you, and he'll tell you the NeoGraft procedure is a game changer. I'll tell you it too because he told me about it. I got on board with it, and boy, am I glad I did the procedure because the NeoGraft changed my life by getting my hairline back in front. And you can do the same thing. Go to 975hair.com right now because when you do, you can set up a free appointment with Doc Linville's staff and you can ask questions, get answers, and figure out all the different information about the NeoGraft procedure to see if it's right for you. You don't have to spend a single dollar out of pocket, sign on the dotted line, or make any commitments. You just get the information. It normally costs $150 for anybody off the street. You listen to us, you go to him, you go to 975hair.com, you get the consultation for free. I encourage you to do it and see if it's right for you. It was right for me, and it was a game changer for me, as I said, because what he told me that I didn't know, 95 to 99% of the follicles he's going to move from the sides and the back of your head to where you need it most. It's going to stay, grow, be with you for the long haul, probably till the day you die. Why? Because the hair on the sides and the back of your head never go away. No matter how bald you go other places, genetically, you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. I didn't know that till Doc told me that. And that actually was another way that they convinced me to do the procedure. Check it out today. See if it's right for you. But just get the information. What do you have to lose? Absolutely nothing. 975hair.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
3780 from the guy who thought Andres Jimenez might get plunked for delaying the double play at second. You won't be surprised when Singleton gets put on his wallet for his bat flips, will you? I didn't think that Jimenez might get plunked. Maybe might, but I didn't say he should get plunked. I just thought it was a little bush league for him dancing around second base before he stepped on the bag. But no, I wouldn't be surprised if Singleton gets hit. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody took exception to him bat flipping. Absolutely not. People have taken exception in baseball to way less.
Oh, absolutely. But I think that this is a new series now. I think he's got to do one do one against Detroit before
you got to hurt somebody's feelings. He's not going to. I mean, Detroit's not going to plunk him for what he did to Marcus Stroman.
Right.
That's silly. Yeah, but I don't think Jimenez deserved to be plunked. I just didn't really love his antics dancing around second base on that double play that ended the game against the Astros last week.
It was a little bush league.
Last week. He was dancing around. I didn't love the dancing. It was a peacock move. Now, I don't mind that he did it. Like, I'm cool with players peacocking and showboating. Now, I'm going to call it when I see it, and if they get hit for doing that, you can understand why. I'm not anti-fun. I'm okay with a little taunting and a little bit of showboating. But when I noticed it, I'm going to say that I noticed it. Anyways, Texans receivers. They traded for Ben Skowronek yesterday. Did that move the needle for you? The late round pick swap for Ben Skowronek?
I was a little surprised. I said it to Brian when they did it. I was a little bit surprised that they made a move for another wide receiver, but I think he's been decent. I mean, he's a solid role player. I think that It's interesting to see if he can be a contributor on this team and if he can beat out some guys that I think he might have to beat out in this wide receiver room. But I like it. I like the fact that they're not really giving up much, and the fact is they get another guy that's played NFL football and been pretty solid to possibly contribute to that wide receiver room. So I like the fact that they're not done. They're still trying. They got pieces moving, and they're still trying to get guys in here that are veterans that have ability that might be able to help this team.
Yeah, it's a very crowded wide receiver room now. Whenever you add them, now I wasn't that familiar with his game. I had a few people on Twitter, and I was reading up more about him. He has the ability to play a little bit of fullback.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is it enough to be the starting fullback and push Andrew Beck for his job? Like, I don't know. They were talking about how good of a special teams player he is. Like, he was a special teams captain with the Rams. So you add that. Now, you already go 6 deep at receiver, maybe even 7 if you want to include Mims, who you returned some kicks last year. I think he's probably more of a practice squad guy, but you did re-sign him. You did bring him back.
Yeah.
Like, you got Diggs, Collins, Tank, Woods, Hutchinson, Mechie, Mims, and now Skowronek. So that's 8 guys. Now, Sims, maybe you practice squad him if there's not an injury. We've talked about Woods potentially being a cut casualty. Maybe Hutchinson's job's not safe. Maybe Beck's job's not safe here. Maybe he can be the fullback. 'Cause you're not using a fullback a ton. Maybe he can be the fullback for 5 to 7 plays. He gives you some positional flexibility at receiver, and then he's on every single special teams package. So possible there.
I don't see I've heard this talk about Ben Skowronek and his ability to play fullback, and maybe this is something the Texans could get creative with, and maybe use him as a non-traditional fullback. But he's 30 pounds lighter than Andrew Beck, so I don't see the idea that this guy is going to be a fullback. He's a wide receiver, and he's a wide receiver that was phased out of Sean McVay's offense last year. He was barely used on offense. Now, he did have a decent season as a bit role player 2 years ago, and I'd rather have him on the field than maybe, say, Xavier Hutchinson. So there might be a role for him on this team, but I am completely out on the idea that you're going to bring him in and him be a fullback when he's 30 pounds lighter than Andrew Beck.
I'm with you. The first time I heard fullback in the equation was John and Lance were kicking it around, and they were like, oh, he could play fullback. I go, wait a minute. Is this not the same guy I'm thinking of with the long blonde hair that can play in the slot?
Yeah, he's a wide receiver.
Might be able to
he's
run
not a fullback.
the sweep around the edge or something like that. But I don't see him as a fullback at all. That's why I was shocked. I'm like, special teams, yes. Versatility and a veteran in the room, yes. Fullback to me, I just don't see it, and I certainly don't see him beating out Beck.
We'll see. I hope that it happens now so we can play back the last 3 minutes because it would be fabulous with how hard of a stance y'all took against it. There's film of him where he's pretty good at blocking. Now, I saw 3 snaps of him. I haven't went back and seen every single one of his fullback snaps, so I'm not going to have an amazing
not the bad blocks?
Yeah, that's what highlights are.
Yeah, I know. That's my point.
Yeah, that's what highlights are. But it's not like Andrew Beck was a huge focal point of the offense. Now, he probably played more offensive snaps than we would think. You go to the games last year. In the playoffs, he played 5 offensive snaps against Baltimore. Now, you were behind in that entire game. So, could you get away with using Skowronek as a fullback for 5 plays? Yeah, probably. But whenever they were in games and they weren't trailing, you had 17 against Cleveland, 15 against Indy in the final game of the regular season. He missed week 17, 13 snaps, 16 snaps, 15 snaps. So it's not like the Texans use fullback a whole lot. They probably used a fullback 25 to 30% of their offensive plays last year, just looking at Beck's snap chart.
Yeah, I like Beck on this. I think as a lead blocker, as a guy that can pick up blocks, that can give you some versatility. He's obviously speedier than I thought he was when he returned the kick for the touchdown. He's a good athlete. He's a big physical presence. He has a role on this team. I'm fine with it. I think to B-Mac's point, my thing is, okay, you got Skowronek on your team. Now, can he beat someone out? Can he beat Hutchinson out? If Mechie hasn't kind of gotten back to where he was, like we're hoping for and CJ has kind of talked about a little bit, then is there a role for him to be better than those guys? Can he get all the way up to Noah Brown? And he also adds depth in the room because you never know when and if injuries are going to happen. So at least going into camp, he's an extra receiver that has a chance to do something to make this team. But I'm not counting on him to kind of supplant the first 4. The interesting thing to me is, and we've kind of kicked this around several times, but evidently Robert Woods is just going to be on this team, and he is going to be one of the guys. To me, there were, could he be better than Robert Woods? It depends on if his position versatility gives you special teams and other options to do other things offensively with Slowick and special teams. But other than that, is he at a better point in his career than Robert Woods is? That's where I think the true question is.
I think that he would have a spot on this roster before Woods would.
Skoranek would?
I believe so. I didn't even mention Noah Brown. Like, Noah Brown is in the mix here, too.
Yep.
Yeah, because I think Woods is behind. Woods is your, at best, fifth receiver right now.
Right.
Because you have Diggs, you have Collins, you have Tank, and you have Noah Brown. So Woods is fifth behind them. So, like, what is he giving you as a fifth receiver? He's not playing special teams at all. Whereas if Skoranek's playing at least special teams, okay, like, well, he's probably going to have a roster spot before Robert Woods did. Now, you don't have to make that move on May 10th. Like, Texans Twitter was ready to make the move already. No, why would you do that? Wait until camp's over. Wait until you have to trim your roster down to 53. You don't know if you're going to be able to escape camp without injuries, escape preseason without these injuries. So there's no need to cut Robert Woods right now, unless you're trying to get something else done. So it makes sense to carry Woods to camp and into camp, and then if you escape the injury bug the entire preseason and you get to cut down day and they're all available, then that's probably the day that you're going to cut Robert Woods.
In your opinion, is Skoranek more valuable playing his role on special teams than Woods, who can play special teams as a return guy? They used him their last season.
They used Woods as a return guy? I don't even remember that.
Yeah, he was back there for punts and kicks? Punts for sure.
No, I don't think so. No, because, I mean, you have other guys who have the ability of doing that. Tank, I'm tired. I'm done with Tank as a returner. But you also signed Mims. There was, Ward played, not Ward, King. King was able to return some kicks and punts, too. So you have plenty of other guys where you don't need Woods to do that.
Yeah, I don't. First thing I was going to say is I don't want Tank returning. He's too valuable. I don't want him returning punts. But at the same time, you're right. King was a guy that they went to that has done it in the past that you could get something from, too. I was just curious because of the fact that Woods could play special teams, but he's also well past his prime to where he's not going to, be a threat in the return game either. And Skoranek at least can be more physical and get down, make tackles, make plays. I just was curious if it came down to something like that between those two guys.
No, I don't think it's that. I don't think it matters that much. Woods returned 7 punts last year for 42 yards. And, a punt return guy in this day and age with the punters being so good, they're usually going to call for a fair catch more times than not. And they're not – I wouldn't say Robert Woods is electric in the punt return game either. He's a guy that you're putting back there that has safe hands. If I remember right, this was early in the season where Tank Dell was the guy that they used on the long punts with a chance to return, and then Robert Woods was your safe guy, your safe punt returner that they would use when they had a short field and they were trying to pin the Texans back deep, and they trusted his hands more. If you have a guy returning 7 punts on the entire season, that's not valuable enough to that's the only reason that he's on the roster. So if I had the wide receiver depth chart and we're eliminating the idea that Skoranek could play fullback, I would have Skoranek ahead of Robert Woods. And they traded for him, they valued him. He could have he was on waivers, or he was going to be on waivers. And the Texans said, hey, let's do this late round pick swap. That way he doesn't enter waivers because we want him. We want him on our football team. So I would have Skoranek ahead of Robert Woods. We saw another free agent acquisition in last couple of days. Tyler Boyd signed with the Titans for 4.5. Would you rather have Woods at 5 or Boyd at 4.5?
Yeah, when I saw this, that's the first thing that popped into my head was I was already done with Robert Woods. If they cut him, I didn't lose any sleep over it. He was decent last year. He was better than I thought he was going to be. But I think Tyler Boyd's got more left in the tank. I think Tyler Boyd he can still be versatile. I think he still has speed. He plays inside. We remember that he dropped a surefire touchdown late in the Bengals game when they were driving to try and beat the Texans. But he was a good receiver for Cincinnati, and he's $500,000 cheaper than Robert Woods' contract that he signed 1 year for 4.5 with Tennessee. I would rather have Tyler Boyd than I would Robert Woods. Now the Skoranek thing kind of obviously, and he signed already too. But the Skoranek thing basically tells you they were open to another receiver. They just went and found their guy with the trade that they made, as opposed to I wonder if they were considering a guy like Tyler Boyd.
I don't think so. Woods' cap number is $9.7 million. they would save $5 million
yeah.
if they cut him. So basically, if you were to cut him for $5 million, you sign Boyd $4.5, it's a net of $500,000, and you have Boyd on your team instead of Robert Woods. Personally, for me, the answer is no. Robert Woods was with the Texans last year, so he knows the scheme, he knows the offense. I think that they're very similar players. If I'm a fantasy football team, I'd probably go Boyd over Woods. Mm-hmm. But Woods knows the system. Everything I've heard about Woods in the locker room is that he's very well respected. So those secondary reasons are the reason that I would go Woods and not Boyd, because neither guy you're really expecting to be on the field a whole lot.
Okay, B-Mac, you any difference in opinion?
Tyler Boyd versus Robert Woods. I think it's fairly negligible, but I would lend to the side of Tyler Boyd. I think Robert Woods has a kind of underneath, to use a fantasy term, a PPR type role in this team. But I don't know, with all the other options you have, and Dalton Schultz can kind of do that same thing for you. You would hope that guys like Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie also evolve to be able to do that role for you. I don't think he's really needed. I would have rather had Tyler Boyd.
I kind of lean that way as well. I thought he had more left in the tank, and I thought he actually could have worked his way into whether Noah Brown or someone gets hurt, or the fact that I just think with his ability still that he could have been a decent piece in this puzzle for this next season.
713-780-ESPN. Let's play Who Said It. Everybody's favorite game. Brian's going to read us quotes that were said by ESPN 97.5 personalities, and we guess who said it. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. This texter says that Skoranek, maybe he can block instead of Tank Dell on the goal line. Great idea. That is a wonderful idea.
Anybody but Tank.
I love where your mind's at on that one, 2834. That's a great call. All right, let's get to Who Said It. Brian's going to read to us 5 quotes that were said by ESPN 97.5 personalities and the Blankers, I guess, who said it. Last week, we dominated. Let's see if we can continue.
Yeah, all right. So one quick note before we get started. Normally, I wouldn't use Dell when he's in a producer role, but since Lance was out, I think 4 days this week, Dell is eligible because he was co-hosting.
Yeah.
Eric
Layton was in, and so was John McClain.
I didn't say John McClain was eligible. I just said Dell because
you said he was co-hosting, which he really technically wasn't. He was still producing.
Well, he did co-host the day they were at Klein's. He was on site as a co-host because Austin was in the studio.
One day.
Still a co-host. All right, but it's the same voice. It's ESPN full-time employees. Anyway, quote number 1. Maybe someone needs to just sucker punch Alex Bregman in the face. Again, I'm sarcastically suggesting this, but something needs to liven these guys up. Something has to happen in that clubhouse to get these people alive again.
It sounds Pauly.
It's either Paul or Lance, I think.
I was going to say, I think I vaguely remember hearing this, which would mean it would have to be in those 2 shows, probably.
Okay, so that doesn't help to eliminate one of them.
Nope. Now, no, Jeremy. It does help completely because of the other scenario. Lance was out all week.
Oh, yeah. No, he was there Monday. He was there Monday.
No, he wasn't. Dell filled in Monday.
No, I think he was there Monday.
Lance was there Monday.
Oh, he was? Oh, I thought he was out all week. Okay.
So you can still use Lance, though.
Yeah. I think it really sounds like Paul.
This is adding another character, really. I know you're multiplying Dell. Move the goalpost after you go 4-1.
Yeah.
You say it sounds like Paul to you?
That's the first inclination I had when I heard it.
Well, you're right more than I am. So let's start with you. Let's see if you're hot today. You want to go with it?
Sure.
All right, Paul.
Maybe someone needs to
Attaboy.
just sucker punch Alex Bregman in the face.
Good start.
I'm sarcastically suggesting this.
It's a home run in the first.
Something needs to liven these guys up.
Hopefully it's a Jordan homer.
Yes.
And not a. So we got that one right. That was
got
Paul.
That one right. Yep. All right, you're up 1-0. Here we go. Question number 2, or quote number 2. What do squirrels actually do for our ecosystem? Bees, I get it. They say if bees were to disappear, we'd all die, I guess. What about squirrels? What would squirrels do?
News of the weird?
Hold on. Say this again.
What do squirrels actually do for our ecosystem? Bees, I get it. They say if bees were to disappear, we'd all die, I guess. But what about squirrels? What would squirrels do?
It's the Killer Bees in high regard whoever said this. Because what would you do in an ecosystem of sports radio in Houston without the bees? We have seen some squirrels leave this town many times. Who are the squirrels that have worked in sports radio?
Is a weasel a squirrel?
I think there's some similarities. I think
it's a rodent family.
I think some squirrels do some weaselly things, and I think some weasels do some squirrely things.
Fair.
So I eliminate some people because of the language here. I can eliminate some people because of ecosystem.
Can we think that it is the topic it came up on it organically, or was it news of the weird?
It's probably news of the weird.
Okay.
I kind of want to lean Lance.
See, the tricky thing is he's in the mix for one day, as well as Dell on 2 shows.
Yeah, it does make it a little wrench into the options.
Yeah, I don't like it. Could you see Joe or Paul saying it?
Not. I could see Paul. I couldn't see Joe saying this. No.
Okay.
No. He used some words I don't see Joe using.
What ecosystem?
Correct. Yeah.
I love you, Joe.
I thought you were just going to say because of the logic that went into it. I
think it's. I mean, what are you feeling?
I don't really have a feel.
You nailed the first one.
Dell, maybe. Would you consider Dell?
Yeah, I could consider Dell. I think it'd be Dell or Lance.
Okay. Just percentages of how many shows Dell was on versus how many shows Lance was on?
Okay.
Does that count? Should that matter?
I don't know. See, I think Bryant could also play the gamesmanship there. Lance is still an option, right?
Yes, right?
Lance was on the show Monday.
I think it's Lance.
Okay. We can roll with it.
Let's try. Let's try Lance.
Lance.
What do squirrels actually do for our
Bam!
ecosystem?
Good one.
Ecosystem. Bees, I get it. They say if bees were to disappear, we'd all die, I guess.
See, Lance is a big fan of our show, so I knew that he would be a proponent of the bees.
Mm-hmm.
And just the words there. The words to me was Lance. All right, good start. 2-0.
All right, here we go. Quote number 3. Your 4 most important players of your future are all the same age. So, when they go hang out, who do you think they're going to the bars with? Michael Penix or the guy with 4 kids? Even in the locker room, they're going to be Team Penix. This is going to be a colossal disaster.
Wow.
Yeah, I think this could be John, Dell, Joe, Paul.
Yep, I agree.
I think it could be any 4 of them. Colossal disaster. Colossal is kind of a Paul word, but maybe Joe.
You couldn't see Lance back to back?
Nah, I think he got his Lance out of the way. I think Lance is only going to be once this week.
Or because just think about how he thinks about things.
Yeah, that's just my read, though, and
Okay.
I'm confident on it. So, I really do want to die on that hill.
Okay. One more time, Brian.
Sure. Your 4 most important players of your future are all the same age. So, when they go hang out, who do you think they're going to the bars with? Michael Penix or the guy with 4 kids? Even in the locker room, they're going to be Team Penix. This is going to be a colossal disaster.
After hearing that, I could see Dell saying it.
See, that second time to me sounded more Paul, but I could see, is Dell saying colossal?
I think so.
Colossal's
I agree with you that Paul would say it.
Colossal's a very private school word, I feel like.
Okay. So is it between those two? Can you see Granado saying it?
Not really. Colossal. No, I don't really think Joe. I could see Joe saying it too, though. Could be
Joe
a colossal
saying
mistake.
colossal?
Yeah, I could see him say colossal. This gonna be a colossal mistake. I could see Joe kind of. Yeah, I could see. To me, it's one of those 3: Joe, Dell, Paul.
Okay. I felt like the second time I heard it, I felt like it was Dell, but I don't have a strong read on it.
Okay, call it. I don't have a good read on it either.
No, Brian, one more time, please, quickly.
Quickly, we're already at 44.
Oh, shut it.
You really want it one more time?
Yes.
All right. Your 4 most important players of your future are all the same age. So, when they go hang out, who do you think they're going to the bars with? Michael Penix or the guy with 4 kids? Even in the locker room, they're going to be Team Penix. This is going to be a colossal disaster.
You have no strong feeling, Jeremy? I think it's either Paul or Dell.
I would lean Paul.
Okay, Paul.
Your 4 most important players of your future are all the same age.
Okay.
Colossal's
So,
a Joe
when they go
word.
to hang out, who do you think they're going to the bars with? Michael Penix or the guy with 4 kids?
Yeah, that's a Joe word. I should have gotten that one.
I thought you guys were going to catch all the times he said in the quote.
Kirk Cousins is in a great period in his life because he has 4 kids, and I hope one of them's at least 3.
All right, quote 4.
Well, hopefully Kirk Cousins has a gym membership. Then it'd be a really
That'd
important
be
time in
huge.
his life. All right, quote number 4. You guys are up 2-1.
Yeah.
He's got to go. Hunter Brown's got to go. I can't watch cosplay JV anymore. I can't have both of them stinking, but Hunter Brown pretending to be JV, I don't want to see it anymore.
Cosplay. This is either Dell or John. Kind of lean Dell.
Yeah, I kind of think it's Dell.
All right, let's do it. Dell.
He's got to go. Hunter Brown's got to go. I can't watch cosplay JV anymore. I can't because I can't have both of them stinking.
Right.
But Hunter Brown pretending to be JV, I don't want to see it anymore.
All right, number 5.
I'll just take the win.
By the way, that was Dell as co-host, so the one you complained about.
Yeah,
you got right.
I could hear Granado snickering. I could tell that was when he was co-hosting.
All right, quote number 5. Keep asking me about a guy I didn't even want to sign. That would be me. I'd say 50. F me? Why do you say F me for? I didn't want to bray you here. I wasn't even a part of that.
Is this Joe? Who didn't want to bray you here?
Where's the F me coming in?
Oh, that could be Paul. That's a very Paul thing to say.
Okay, so that makes sense. That then it would be Joe.
And then, well,
I don't think Sean would say.
Sean's not Sean's not an option.
This is one
no,
voice.
but I'm saying baiting Dell by saying F you, and then Dell saying F me.
No, this is one voice.
I get it. I'm saying he could be that one voice could have been reacting to what was said to him.
Or they're just saying that about their take.
Okay.
You need it again?
Yeah, one more time.
Keep asking me about a guy I didn't even want to sign. That would be me. Like, I'd be like 50. F me. Why do you say F me for? I didn't want to bray you here. I wasn't even a part of that.
I'm gonna lean Paul here. I think it's from that show, but I'm leaning Paul. Paul can be like a contrarian at times. So if like everybody was saying yay Abreu, he might have been saying nay Abreu. And then that, F me, I think is more of a Paul thing. I think Paul is likely to say that.
Was Granado on the Abreu hill?
I can't remember. I think that he would be. I think he would have been fine by.
I think he would have been good with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we won already. That's fine. Go.
I think it's Paul.
Go, Paul.
Keep asking me about a guy I didn't even want to sign. That would be me. I'd be like 50. F me? What do you say F me for? I didn't want to bray you here. I wasn't even a part of that.
I wonder why you didn't want to bray you here.
He's not a real big baseball guy, is he?
He might have just not had a take on it yet.
It didn't matter because you guys had already won, but the context is they're talking about as if he's Dana Brown.
Oh.
This is not Dale giving his own opinion. He's acting like as if he's Dana Brown.
Makes sense.
That does make sense. Yep.
That makes sense. Okay, well, we won. That's what? How many weeks in a row? It's a lot of weeks
65.
in a row.
I believe 74.
I think we've won every week this year. All right, which combo do you like more for the Texans? Do you like Lassiter outside and either King Bryant at nickel, or Lassiter inside and either Akuta or Henderson outside? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776, B's on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
He's Blank on Branham. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN at 92.5, 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. Bees, can y'all roast Joseph for his Colin Cowherd commentary? He proceeds to tell us he doesn't see a problem wearing a backwards hat, as he knows there's no such thing as a backwards hat. You can wear a hat backwards, though.
Wow.
Honey glazed
that was
Branham.
deep. That was deep.
It feels like a very odd nitpick.
Yeah, no doubt. But that's Honey Glazed Branham.
That's an odd nitpick. Kamari Lassiter, rookies are doing their thing. Young players are like practicing on the football field. You have young football players on a football field doing football things. As people who want to talk about football watch them do those football things. But Kamari Lassiter, he was asked today about, it was actually Cole Thompson. He said, like, D'Amico's from Alabama, and then Lassiter, like, stopped in his tracks and didn't realize that D'Amico Ryans was from Alabama. Does that surprise you?
A little bit, yeah.
It like, I started to wonder if, like, I'm an old fart where, like, okay,
well,
like, some of these – yeah, that's true. But, like, some of these players, like, that we automatically know where they went to school, and it also helps that D'Amico played here and coached here, so we know his history and his background. But I was taken aback about Lassiter not knowing where D'Amico Ryans went to college, and I was wondering, is this a Branham problem for thinking that, or is this a Lassiter problem for not knowing? And I really don't know the answer to that.
I mean, D'Amico's last year at Alabama was 2005. How old is Lassiter in 2005? I mean, it's 19 years ago.
He might have been born, but it's more about knowing the history of the game and, like, following
but
it.
D'Amico's not a Hall of Famer, though.
No, but he's an NFL head coach, and he's one of 32, and NFL head coaches get talked about a lot. And, like, he got drafted by him a few weeks ago.
Yeah, but I don't know, like, how many coaches do we know where they went to college other than the coach of your team? I don't, for a guy who was maybe one or not even born when D'Amico finished college, I think he knows D'Amico as a coach. He could probably tell you where D'Amico's coached, but his college film is so far.
Sure, but he got drafted by him 3 weeks ago.
And not only that, think
So
about
you got to go to his football reference page to see where he went to school.
I would have done that.
Think about last year's draft.
No,
think about
I wouldn't have cared.
Last year's draft between Will Anderson and the quarterback decision to be made between an Alabama quarterback and C.J. Stroud, there was a lot of talk about D'Amico and his Alabama roots, and would that factor in, and did it factor in Will Anderson, and could it factor in with the quarterback decision? I think that got some run during draft season for sure. I do think in this case, I think people that are more than casual knew D'Amico Ryans went to Alabama. Maybe I'm wrong, too.
Look, I'm not saying that Lassiter should know that. In fact, I said I'm not sure if I'm the one that's the idiot here. So, like, I know that it's kind of 50-50, and it's not that Lassiter, like, would have watched D'Amico play. Like, right. I'm with you on that. It's more like you were drafted by the guy a couple of weeks ago. I would have done some intel. I would have done some recon. Or somebody like, hey, your coach is from Bama. He has all these friends and family who, know that Lassiter was a Georgia Bulldog. Hey, man, you got drafted by that guy that went to Alabama. I was a little surprised he didn't know it. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know for sure they brought Lassiter in for one of their 30-whatever interviews. But if they did, you would think that's an icebreaker, if nothing else, about SEC football. And, you guys did this versus us that did that. And then there's the back and forth that kind of, even if he didn't know, figures out pretty quickly D'Amico went to Alabama.
Yeah. I was a little surprised, and I started to wonder if maybe, I was the one that was wrong for being surprised. Anyways, what scenario do you think is better for the Texans this year? Because we talk about Lassiter, and we talk about, like, is he better suited as an inside guy? Is he better suited as an outside guy and, his skill set and all of that? But we don't talk about the other side of the equation, right? We don't talk about the second part of that. Because if he's playing inside, that means somebody else has to play outside. If he's playing outside, somebody else has to play inside. So we should be looking at the combo of what's going to be on the football field, not where is Lassiter's best position. So if Lassiter plays outside corner, you're looking at a nickel of Desmond King or Miles Bryant, who they signed from New England. And I actually think that they think higher of Bryant than they do King, because they cut King and they signed Bryant. Or do you like the pairing of Lassiter inside and either Jeff Okudah or C.J. Henderson outside? Which duo is better?
Well, I've gone back and forth on this. I really like the big picture long term of Lassiter being the other corner opposite of Stingley. But I think this year, his first year, the schedule, the fact that they're in go for it mode, I'm going to say that he's going to be okay inside, and I'll lean for this year taking the best of Okudah or Henderson, or maybe there's another option somewhere with cut downs and other things that happen if those two guys don't work out. But I'll take a veteran on the outside and have Lassiter play inside for this season.
Okay. I think it's very close, like, for what it's worth. Like, this isn't one of those I'm 100% left, 0% right. Like, I'm pretty close to 50-50 on this. My slight lean is I'd rather Desmond King, Miles Bryant be on the football field than Jeff Okudah, C.J. Henderson. And, like, this is the stuff you're going to have to figure out in training camp. Like, this is going to be not only a battle of position, but a battle of who goes where. But I like Desmond King, Miles Bryant, whoever wins that job at nickel, more than I like the idea of a couple of first-round busts or Okudah being a first-round bust playing the outside. That's a slight lean. It's a slight lean because maybe that changes with D'Amico Ryan's defense. Maybe they saw Jeff Okudah's really good in his own defense. Texans like to play zone defense. Maybe D'Amico Ryan's can bring the most out of one of those players because D'Amico Ryan's is a defensive guru that brings the most out of those players. So this is certainly fluid, but if I had to make the call right now, I like the slot guys more than I like the outside guys.
Brian, you got a take?
Yeah, I think I would base my opinion upon where you think Lassiter plays best and not worry about what that means for the rest of the position. Well, because that sort of mindset is what ends up putting Titus Howard at left guard. Like, we know he's not a good left guard, but you do it because you think, well, we got other guys who could play tackle versus what we have at guard, and then you got a guy, Titus Howard, who doesn't play well at guard. If Lassiter, and I'm going with what Lance has said about this, he clearly sees Lassiter as an inside corner, as a nickel corner. He talks about his, short area quickness, his tackling, his tough run defense. If he's a nickel corner, I want to play him at his best position, especially in his rookie year where his head's going to be swimming. He's still trying to learn the NFL. I don't want to play him in a place where he's not best suited for. I'll deal with the rest later, but I would play him wherever he's best suited.
I hate the idea of making decisions based on a player and not based on what's the best for the team. This is very Alex Bregman should bat fourth.
But isn't playing the player where he's best suited what's best for the team? Because you're going to get the most out of him?
It depends on the value of outside corner and inside corner. It depends on the trade-off there.
I don't think he's best suited for his entire career inside at nickel. I think for this year, because the chances of getting get beat deep, really get cooked outside as opposed to him playing more inside, and because he has a nose for the football and he can hit, and I think that he can cover inside right now, regardless of what he's learning to do and where he ends up long term. That's why I went with the decision. Plus, you're playing a lot of really good teams with a lot of really good quarterbacks, and they're going to pick on him on the outside more so, I think, than on the inside.
But okay, I'm not dismissing any of that. But shouldn't you make the decision based on what is the best interest of the team, not the best interest of the player?
But that's what I'm saying. I think for those reasons, it's the best interest of the team this year he plays inside.
Okay, that's fine. Like, Brian's argument was more that, like, it protects Lassiter more, and this is a chance to let him to excel and to let him shine. Because, okay, like, for the sake of the conversation, I'll concede to you. Let's just grade them like 1 to 10. Let's say Lassiter at nickel is a 7, and let's say that Lassiter outside is a 6. But the nickel corners are an 8. The other outside corners are a 4. You might be playing Lassiter at his worst position of the two, but the overall combination of the two is higher if Lassiter's outside, if you think that the inside guys are better than the outside guys outside of Lassiter.
Using your grading system, I would agree with you, but I don't know, at least upon what I've read from Lance, and again, I'm not a scout. I don't know exactly where Lassiter's full strengths will be, 5 years from now in his NFL career. But it doesn't seem like the gap is that close, and that'll be something we'll have to see play out over training camp in the preseason games. But if the gap is as close as you make it out to be, like a 7 one place, a 6 another, then sure. But if the gap is wider, then I'd rather get the most out of that player and then do what you have to do, and we'll have to see how Okudah does, but do something to improve the other spot versus play two guys out of position and then making both worse.
That's where it's going to be fun. Like, that's one of the more intriguing, I think, questions of training camp is let's see what that looks like. Because I agree with you, we don't know. Like, with that, a lot of that is unknown, and we're basing it based on, like, some of the Georgia games we've watched based on things that we've read. But to me, that's one of the more intriguing questions of training camp, like in rookie camp, whatever. But once you get to training camp, like, is Lassiter playing inside? Is he playing outside? How do these other corners that that aren't Kamari Lassiter, how are they looking? Is outside a better position than inside, like in terms of depth on this team? That is stuff that we're going to have to watch in camp. But, I'll be intrigued by that. All right, let's give away some Greek Fest tickets. Tuesday, are coming up next week, rather, May 16th through 18th. You can go any day. We're giving away a pair of tickets here. You can go any day, May 16th through 18th. The first person that calls in right now, calling in, 713-780-3776, and tells Brian who was the only host that was used twice on Who Said It this week. Which ESPN 97.5 host was used twice on Who Said It? First person to call, 713-780-3776. You're going to Greek Fest coming up May 16th through May 18th. Are the Astros on the verge of a turnaround? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. Congratulations to the listener caught in. First caller, got it too. How about that? Listening to the Bees, I love it. 713-780-ESPN. Are the Astros on the verge of a turnaround? Blankers, are the Astros on the verge of a turnaround?
I really believe so. I still feel it. I feel like they're going to. I hate the fact that one win. I don't want to be that every time they have one win. This is it. But I feel like the troops are coming back. I feel like they're getting healthier. I feel like more starting pitching is coming, and then hopefully the bullpen gets better. I'm not going to feel better about Bregman until I see a couple of games where he starts putting some hits on the board and does things like that. I like where the schedule's at. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say that the turnaround is coming. I'm still going to stay positive. I'm still going to believe.
Yesterday could very easily be like a glass half full, glass half empty game. Because, yeah, I mean, you win, and obviously winning's way better than losing, right? Especially when you've lost a few games in a row, especially when the Yankees have beaten you 6 games in a row. So, the glass half full is that you won. All right, let's build some momentum and then take it to Detroit, try to win another series, and then just continue to let that snowball, and hopefully you get, the wins up there to where you're not completely out of the race in the summer. So, that's the glass half full side of it. The glass half empty side of it is that game yesterday was kind of more of the same, other than the fact that you were able to hang on and get the victory. We talked about this one a little bit earlier. You had at least 3 chances where you had a runner at third, less than 2 outs, and you didn't score the runner. In the second inning, you had the bases loaded. Kyle Tucker's up. Yordan Alvarez on deck. You do not score. Third inning, you had a runner at third with literally no outs. Did not score. The ninth inning, you had a runner at third base. Jose Altuve up with 1 out. Did not score. Singleton bailed out Hader. Obviously, that was a good sign. And then you had, another sign of the bullpen, who the bullpen's way better lately. But Presley, had some nervous moments there in the 8th inning where Judge hits the bomb. Soto hit a missile to Kyle Tucker. And then he had to yank him out of the game, and Hader had to have a 4-out save. So even though you won the game yesterday, there were still a lot of signs of same old Astros that we've seen in 2024. So that could be the glass half empty side of it. So it kind of depends on where you're at with these Astros, glass half full, glass half empty. For me, even though I recognize that those things happen, I'm gonna be glass half full, maybe because I just want it so bad. But to me, it's all of those things are kind of adding up. The runners in scoring position, the bullpen failures. They're kind of adding up behind the dam, right? Everything's flooding up. The lake's flooding behind the dam. And I think from an Astros optimism perspective, you're hoping the dam breaks and everything starts going well. Everything is being controlled and puddled up behind this dam, and you're hoping that finally it breaks through and you rattle a bunch of wins. But I certainly think you can look at yesterday's game as glass half full, glass half empty.
Yeah, you're right. It's like the whole season. I mean, and depending on – I was going to ask Todd Callis after his last comment before we get off the air. So don't jump – we don't want anybody jumping off the bandwagon yet, right? Because, I mean, he was pretty adamant about if you jump off, don't jump back on. But everybody on a game-by-game basis does. Because every time they win a game, it's the next big game, or they sweep the series in Mexico. This is it. It's the turnaround. And then they lay another egg, and then everybody's like, oh, doomsday, it's over. Screw it. The whole season's done. I don't know how long it's going to keep going like this. I'd like to see them string some together. I still firmly believe that they're going to win series. They might not win 12 in a row like the Twins just did, or put one of those long winning streaks together. But as long as they can start to get back to what they were doing prior to the Yankee series and the Mariner series, where they were winning series, I think 7 games is not insurmountable to me in the division. They can get back in this thing, and there's a variety of ways to do it. So I'm still going to believe that this team is too good to not get back into this thing. Whether they get there inevitably at the end of the season or not remains to be seen. I just think they're too good to not be in the hunt for the wild card or the division.
Yeah, I'm right there with you with them. I'm hoping that is the case when it comes to the Astros, that they can figure it out. But was yesterday the day where the Astros proved that they were on the verge of a turnaround? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. Brian, where do you weigh in on this?
No, I'm still out. I'm more on the it was one game.
Quick.
Mostly for the reasons we talked about. Even in a win, and this was something I put in our Google Doc, but even in a win, you have situations with the runners left on base. You have, Hader nearly thrown away, where if Singleton doesn't bail him out, it's first and second, either no outs or 1 out. And I don't know, in my opinion, you're probably headed to extra innings where the Astros haven't done really well. And then if that's the case and they lose that game, which they very easily could have, then we're not even having a conversation about, them possibly being back. If they would have been swept again by the Yankees, they would be 0-7 this year against the Yankees. I believe it would have been losing the last 10 in a row against the Yankees. I'm going to have to see a lot more before I'm going to start to or try to reach for the white flag that I threw in and pull it back. To me right now, it's just one game. You're going to go face the Tigers on the road, who are a good team. You do have some games against the A's and the Angels coming up, which will be nice. But let's see what happens against the Tigers before. I'd like to see that before I jump back in.
They do need to take advantage of the schedule. There's no doubt about that. And I saw a stat earlier. I can't remember what publication it was and who said it. But the Astros have played the toughest schedule so far in the American League as we, again, grasp for straws. And Todd pointed out yesterday, too, Todd, the show on the Twitch, not Todd Callis, the voice of the Astros on Shin. The Astros have Detroit for the next 3 games, and Detroit's playing better ball. Scooble's really good. He'll pitch tomorrow, et cetera, and the road games. Like, those aren't layups. But then you come home for 4 with the A's, and yes, you're looking up in the standings. 3 with Milwaukee. Milwaukee's not, as great as they normally are. And then the Angels for 3. Like, you got to take advantage of that. And then you go on the road for Oakland for 3 before a big 4-game series in Seattle. So if they're going to, figure it out, if they're going to be on the verge of a turnaround, you have to beat the softies on your schedule.
Think about what you just said, too, Jeremy. The path is there if they do capitalize on the opponents and the schedule to lead to a point where win the series, get playing better baseball, do the things we talked about against should be lesser than opponents, and then have it culminate with that series in Seattle meaning something again, being a bigger series, because now you can flat out go head-to-head with the team that's been above you in the standings. Now they're one of the 2 teams that are fighting for first place when you look at Texas and you look at Seattle, but you could really make up some ground quickly on the Mariners, depending on where they sit in the division, if you can get right before you get there.
713-780-ESPN. Are the Astros on the verge of a turnaround? And is John Singleton him? We kicked this around the other day. Is he him? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees from on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Are the Astros on the verge of a turnaround? 7-1-3.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Yeah. You get a win. You get a win like that, they pull you right back in. 2-5-8-5. I feel like they need to go 8-2 in the next 10 games to be back. If they go 7-3, can they be back? Maybe not back, but maybe on the way. See, that's what happens when you get so like binary with these records. Like, if they go, they need to win 8 of the next 10. Well, what if they win 7 of the next 10, but then they win 9 of the next 11 after that? Mm-hmm. So it's like it's very over 162 games and 120-ish now. It's very tough to have these fine and hard numbers. 3-3-3-8. The Astros losing to these teams is the reason their schedule is labeled as the toughest, right? It's a good point. Like them losing to all the teams beefs up their opponent's win-loss record. So that's part of the calculus. 3-8-9-7. The bad opponents are even hard for the good Astros. I don't know if I'd call them good at 13-24. And then Tony 22. Love the show as always, guys. Sorry if you hate me, but I haven't given up yet. Everything the Astros have proved over the last 7+ years, I think they deserve a little bit of credit. And even though those things might look as bad as they could right now, it could honestly be worse. Give them benefit of the doubt.
I don't know that we hate you either.
I don't think I've ever thought of that about Tony 22. I like Tony 22.
No, yeah.
He's one of our loyals. I love the guy.
Yeah, no doubt. And he can fill up an inbox in a hurry, and we know he's listening.
Well, that's why he thinks you hate him. Is because of that.
First of all, not just me.
Compliment.
He said us.
Not even a compliment.
Don't put it on me. It's us.
And he said if you hate me. He might have been directing it at you because you say those little things about how he texts a lot of words.
Okay. All right.
You started it.
I didn't start anything. I responded to it.
Yeah, you responded to a guy saying we don't hate you, but then you fill up an inbox because you text too much.
Okay, so you take jabs at me all the time. I can't just that's a friendly jab after I said we don't hate him. I don't hate him. Okay, whatever.
I don't want to. Mental health's important, Blankers.
Yeah, if it was, then you might change your point of attack on me sometimes.
Well, you're strong mentally. I have no worries about your mental health because you're strong upstairs.
Okay, so you're worried about Tony?
He says we hate him. I've never met the guy. Have you met Tony?
No, but I'm not worried about his mental health either because I know that he can go back and forth in opinions and when we have conversations.
I mean, I've never met Tony 22, so I can't really make a comment towards his mental health. I work with you. I see you 15 hours a week. Yeah, I think he did. I think he did.
Yes.
Tony, yeah. I'm with you 15 hours a week. I know that you're strong in the dome. Okay. I have no worries. If I thought you were weak mentally, I wouldn't make fun of you.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't make fun of the weak.
No.
Can't do that.
Oh, I got a comment there that I can't make because I don't.
Why not?
Make it. It's
a Friday.
It's not about you.
I know. That's why I want to hear it.
I don't want Joe to feel bad going into the weekend.
It's a Friday. He's not listening. Joe's not listening to the show.
He's in the car for like 40 hours a week. You never know.
He's already home. He's tweeting. He's not going to hear. Okay. Is John Singleton him? Someone texted in earlier, the more Singleton produces, the more I forget what's his name. His name is Jose Abreu. How could we ever forget? But, yeah, I mean, I thought it was a good question you asked to TK about, like, Abreu and stuff. I think it's very difficult for Jose Abreu. Now, to be on the roster is one thing. I think it's going to be very difficult for Jose Abreu to get back into this lineup. And, I mean, this is going to, John Singleton is going to have to continue to produce. Mm-hmm. John Singleton is going to have to continue to play well. But I do think it will be tough for Abreu to crack the lineup if John Singleton's performing at this level. And I think what he's doing right now is sustainable. Like, his numbers aren't – he's not – his OPS isn't 1,000. Like, it's nothing that's out of this world. He's hitting like 235, but he's walking. He's getting on base. The few times he does get a hit, it's leaving the yard, bombs, so you're getting some slug out of first base. I do think it's going to be very tough for – and look, is Singleton him? That's too strong of a word. But do I think it's going to be difficult for Jose Abreu to crack this lineup again? I really do, yes.
Yeah, I think it's two different questions. I think I think the fact is they are going to do him a solid, and at a certain point he'll be on the roster again. But earning his spot back as a starter is a totally different conversation because I think that if you keep getting what you're getting from Singleton and he doesn't fall off and he gives you the power possibilities like you mentioned, and his eye is pretty good at the plate, and he plays a good first base when Abreu even struggled defensively. I know he's down there, and all he's working on supposedly is his hitting and getting his swing back, but he wasn't great defensively either. And we talk about what we just witnessed last night in terms of how quickly we regurgitate and remember things that happened so recently. The play he made with the hater throw was a big-time play in that game. It was a good defensive play. I just think you're right. I think will they do him a solid and put him back on the roster? I think absolutely they will. Will he be able to earn his starting spot back? I don't know that he will.
What does it look like with him being back on the roster, though? Like, what's the move? What's the date? What's the timeline?
To be honest with you, I think it's the end of June.
Okay. Like, who you taking off this roster to clear a spot for him, though?
It just depends on where they are at that point and if there's injuries, because I that's a tough question to answer right now, because I can't see – he doesn't – position versatility-wise and everything else, what is he going to do that someone else that's younger and might end up being better for this team this season do? That's the bigger question. Like, is he better than Cabbage if Cabbage is suddenly going to be your backup to Singleton at first base? Or is Joey Loperfido still going to be a backup first baseman and backup outfielder that you can take Cabbage off the roster? You're going to get Chaz back at some point too, but I would lean that it would be guys that you could send down, or guys with options, or a guy like Cabbage, because he's not going to play that much anyway, and neither will Abreu. But I don't want to see a Loperfido go down. But I can't predict where they're going to be if they're still in the race. I think that position becomes more valuable, and I don't know.
Yeah, see, I don't really see who you're bumping down. Like, it almost would require an injury because Cabbage's spot's going to be Chas McCormick's spot. And they called you up Kessinger today for Amaya. And the thing with Kessinger is, yeah, he's 15 at-bats or whatever it is. He doesn't get a whole lot of run, yes. But a manager is going to need an infielder on the bench. And with as often as they start Dubon, period, and as often as they play him in the outfield, you got to have an infielder on the bench. So is Gray Kessinger more important to this roster right now than Jose Abreu? Yep, he actually is. As sad as that is to say,
sad.
He actually is.
That's the point we've reached.
Yeah, so, I mean, Abreu's going to have to show some stuff. I mean, he's going to have to – and what that stuff is, we could argue, and, what's the baseline. He's going to have to show something. He can't be getting, mowed down by West Palm Beach guys and expect a spot on the roster. He's going to have to earn that spot back. Now, maybe the bar is low, but he's still going to have to produce he's going to have to show a pulse. He's going to have to show a pulse in order to get back on this team. And you're right, it is a different question, because even when he's back on this team and Singleton's producing to what level that he's producing right now, and again, I think it is sustainable, and I don't think that it's been actually out of this world crazy. I think that it's been doable. He's going to have a tough time cracking the lineup. So Step one, cracking the roster, which I think is a little bit less plausible than you. And then step two, cracking the lineup seems like would be a miracle right now.
I could see him. I could see them sending Kessinger down, and Dubon is your infield guy, and I understand that it's important to have two of those guys if you can, but I could see it could be Kessinger. I could see it be Cabbage, and then I also could see it being the unknown that we don't know right now, just like we couldn't predict Chad was going to get hurt or other guys might get dinged up, where there might be that opportunity.
Yeah, it might take an injury.
Yep.
You're right.
Yeah.
Like, it might take an opening. The opening that becomes available might be a guy landing on the 15-day IL. Because that happens. That's attrition. Like that's sport. Players are going to get hurt, and that's why you should have depth. That's why you should have depth on a baseball team, because injury's going to happen, just like it happens every single year. If you're not planning for injury, you're planning for failure. 1711. So Cabbage is ahead of Abreu. You get it? Grade the joke. 713-780-3776. You get it, ahead of Cabbage?
Oh, got it.
Cabbage ahead of Abreu?
Got it.
No, I wouldn't have – well, I mean, Cabbage is ahead of Abreu right now.
He is.
Because Cabbage is on the team.
Yeah.
And Abreu's in West Palm Beach. But Cabbage, I mean, at health, Chas McCormick is going to take Cabbage's spot whenever Chaz is healthy.
That's right. But does Cabbage have more hits than Abreu on the season?
I
close.
I doubt
think it's
it.
close.
I don't think he's got enough run. He's probably, 2 or 3 hits for Trey Cabbage?
Yeah, I think 3.
How many does Abreu have? He's got 2. Cabbage has 2. I mean, Abreu's got what? Abreu's got a decent amount because he got a ton of at-bats.
He got a couple in Mexico
7.
City, right?
Abreu has 7.
Okay.
He's 7 for 71. Cabbage
so
is 2 for 8.
A chance.
What a sad state.
That is awful. That is embarrassing.
So weird. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Will of Bits. Whenever we come back, what is the Will of Bit going to be today? You never know what you're going to get with the Will of Bits, but you know it's going to be great. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Are you tired of repairing potholes? Of course you are. Whether it's a parking lot, a ranch road, a laydown yard, truck parking, whatever, We know how annoying potholes can be. We'll fix them for good with Third Rock Renewables. Third Rock Renewables' patented technology called mechanical concrete is the only low-cost, industrial-strength, sustainable base that turns these end-of-life tires into a virtually indestructible building product. Stuff is great. Stop doing the old stuff. Stop having the antiquated thoughts on building these parking lots, ranch roads, laydown yards, truck parking, fixing these potholes. Get with the times and get mechanical concrete from Third Rock Renewables. 713-305-0507. Find out how mechanical concrete can be for you, and also find out how it's going to cut your maintenance costs by 75%. So it's better, it's going to be more sustainable, you're going to like it more, and you're also going to save maintenance costs by 75%. And when you mention ESPN 97.5, you'll save 20% off on top of that as well. And you're also going to lower your carbon emissions if you're into that sort of thing. So save green, be green, why not? 713-305-0507 or visit thirdrockrenewables.com, thirdrockrenewables.com to fix annoying potholes for good.
The Killer Bees are back, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's play My Significant Other is Weird.
See how we clean that up for 2024? What an enormous spin. My significant other is weird. All right. I wonder which of the three of us has the weirdest significant other.
And
What is the-
who's most willing to call them out, I guess.
Hey, I know. That's what I was thinking, too. On a scale of 1 to 10, how weird is your significant other?
It's mine.
How weird is she on a scale of 1 to 10?
You already stepped out on the ledge, brother. Jump off.
6.5, 7.
Mine's a 6'4".
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I was going to go about a 6, so I think we're all in the same ballpark.
We're all in the same ballpark. So here's why my significant other is weird. I went and I was making some eggs the other morning. I love eggs in the morning. Eggs are fantastic. How do you make your eggs? How do you like your eggs?
Sunny side up.
I usually go scrambled, but there's no style
really-
of eggs
that's
that I hate.
I don't care for poached.
Okay,
Those aren't
I
bad.
take that back. I don't really like a runny egg.
Yeah, me either.
Well, you just said sunny side up.
Right,
No,
but
no,
sunny
Joel
side up,
says-
but you can cook
yeah.
it long enough so that the yolk hardens a little bit.
Well, that's more over medium over well.
Yeah, I think you're talking about over medium, over well.
All right.
I like mine over medium over well. That's the only reason probably know that. But I went and made some eggs the other day, anyways. And I open up the eggs, and you know how they come in a dozen, usually. I open them up. There's one egg left, and there's 11 holes filled. My wife is putting the old eggshells back in the carton.
Lisa
what
does
a
the
weird
same
thing. They're weird. What
Lisa,
are they doing this for?
I asked her. I was like, what the hell are we doing here? And she goes, it's just easier for the cleanup, and then they don't break up in the garbage can, and potentially the shells can either cut through the bag or get really messy. I'm just like, okay. It just seems – I think her mom does it too. Maybe that's where she learned it. Because her mom comes to stay with us. She does the same thing because they make the kids eggs a lot. I was just like, I just throw it out in the garbage can as soon as I crack the egg. I don't get it.
Same.
Yeah, as soon as I crack them, I'll drop them into the sink, as I go, because I'm cracking them in a bowl by the sink, and as soon as I dump the eggs in a pan.
Oh, you trash compactor them?
No, I don't. Well, I don't have a trash compactor, but as soon as you're talking about a disposal? Yeah, I do have that, but no, I don't put them down in the disposal. But as soon as I put the eggs in a pan while waiting for the cook, I just pick them up and take them over to the garbage can and put them in.
Yeah, that's what I do. I do too. Like you just throw them away. Like they're not pieces of glass. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like if it go through the bag, it's gonna be okay. It's not that big a deal.
They would go through the bag.
I don't
They're
either.
Too fragile.
I don't think they would go through the bag either. Like you might get like one little itty bitty piece that maybe can penetrate the bag, but that's gonna be rare, and it's not that big a deal. You're not supposed to put them down the
disposal.
You're not supposed to put them down the disposal though. They say it's bad for the disposal.
Oh really? Yeah,
that's what I've heard.
Huh.
Okay. That's what I've heard. So what weird things does your significant other do? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Honey Glazed Branham says, when are we going to actually get bees making some honey?
That is a promise that Michael Carroll has made in this open.
Yeah.
We're like 0 for the show so far.
We've never done that. My mom has a neighbor who makes her own honey.
Well, she's got bees in the backyard.
She has a bee farm or in the beehive or whatever.
Yeah, they have it's really good, and they say it's great for your like health because it does like the local allergy stuff.
Yep.
It like fixes the local allergies.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they say it's good. I'm mad. Yeah, we need Michael Carroll to come in here and make us some honey like he promised he was going to do.
Yeah, because it's not on us. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to begin.
No.
Other than buying it at the grocery store and putting it in your hot tea, my spiced chai tea that I like to make from time to time.
It's always good when you have a sore throat when you're in broadcasting, that's for sure.
Yeah, honey's good. So what other weird things does your significant other, my bad, I didn't mean to say wife. What other weird things does your significant other do? 713-780-3776. What do you boys have?
Oh, the easy one for me. I mean, because the dogs are like human beings to my wife. So the dogs get like all the special treatment in the world. And the fact that the other thing is because she's a vegan, she takes it to the extremes in terms of like, do's and don'ts and, the animal rights things and all those other things. But yeah, from the standpoint of our dogs, I don't understand why I even buy just dog food, because I buy dog food and I set up the bowls every morning and every night for the dogs. And then she'll always go, oh, I'll take care of it from here. I'm like, wow, I'm just going to put the bowls down so they can eat. Well, that's because they get scrambled eggs, or they get shredded cheese,
no.
or they get
He's putting in
chicken.
Scrambled eggs for the dogs?
Oh, my God. The toppings on this food on a daily basis. I'm just looking going, why am I even putting food in the bowl? They get better food than I do sometimes. I'm looking at this going, my God, they get a masterpiece every night.
I'll take it from here.
Yeah, that's my answer.
That's a great line. I'll take it from here. Why? Because they're about to get some filet mignon.
Yep.
That's why. 713-780. And I don't want you to see what they're getting because it's better
That's
than
right.
what you're
She
getting.
doesn't want me to react to it, but I'll take it from here. I got it.
That's good stuff.
You go take a shower. I got it.
713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Troy from Crosby. What you got, Troy?
What's going on, guys? Long time I haven't talked to you.
Yeah, why, Troy? Why?
Well, because there ain't been much to talk about as far as the Astros go. Hey, I'm a diehard fan. It's not over with yet. They're going to do their thing, and we'll see what happens. You just got to stick it out with them. They're going to be fine, I hope.
Okay, that doesn't mean you can't. That doesn't mean you can't call us, Troy. It's nice to hear your voice.
Yes, sir. It's good to talk to you guys. Can you guys sit and watch pimple poppers for 2 or 3 hours at a time?
Oh, that's my wife loves that crap.
They do that? They
my
watch
wife,
that?
We're talking about
yes,
pimple
yes.
poppers?
There's a lady with the TV show. She's called like Dr. Pimple Popper MD or something. She has her own TV show.
Yes.
And my wife watches that crap all the time. I don't get it.
Why would she do that?
People watch.
You ask it. Don't ask me. I don't know.
Goodness, that's an awful way to spend your time. Appreciate the call,
people watch
Troy.
other people popping
my wife
pimples?
Does. Yeah, my wife does. There's a whole show on TLC, so it's not just my wife and Troy's wife. I mean, there's a whole TV show
Why?
for this.
Like, why?
I don't know.
What is the entertainment value here?
I think some people just are oddly fascinated, kind of like a car wreck. Shout out to Car Wreck of the Day. They want to see they're drawn to the grossness of it. Same reason people watch, like true crime, like murder shows. They're drawn to the train wreck, the bizarre. They can't look away.
Oh man,
I don't get it. But I think that's probably the appeal.
That's brutal. I can't believe it. I actually did stumble across that. Not the show, but I'm on TikTok now at Jeremy J. Branham on TikTok because I am an influencer. I create content, and I'm a social media star, an aspiring social media star. So I actually stumbled on somebody like on their feed or whatever doing like popping their pimples, and I could not scroll off of it fast enough. Like I saw too much in a split second. I was like, oh, this is brutal. Something I did watch yesterday for more time, I don't want to say the amount of time because I'm embarrassed how long I was watching this guy do this, and I've never seen this done. He had places that would pop up on Google Earth, just like a random place on Earth that would pop up. And he would have 2 minutes to search the area, like on Google Earth, you can go and look around and scroll around and rotate and look at the trees and look at the streets and look at the vehicles. Well, anyways, it would pop up an image of a spot on Earth, and he would have 2 minutes to kind of hunt where it might be, and then he would guess on the map where it was. I had never seen that done. Have y'all seen that done?
I haven't heard of this.
It fascinated me for whatever reason.
Was he good at it?
Yeah, he was actually really good. He was saying something. I was like, my goodness, this guy knows what he's doing. And I was trying to play along too as he was going along, and I was never even close. But it's wild.
So you can watch which camera angle, so he can't cheat. He can't get the real big aerial view. And
then they also block out the license plates. They fuzz it out, so you can't look at that. But sometimes there's writing on the signs, or there's writing on the buildings, or there's even maybe some business vehicles, so you can see the writing there. So there's clues, or mountains or rivers, body of water, landmarks. Some streets are look different in different countries, and I'm sure that the more you do it, you start to pick up on tells, right? And it seems like this guy does it all the time. But it was pretty cool actually.
It actually sounds interesting.
Yeah, I don't think you need to be embarrassed about watching that.
No, it's not. I wasn't embarrassed by watching it. It was the amount of time that I was watching that I was embarrassed.
This pimple popper thing is disturbing as hell. Does this trump AR Platinum? I always thought it was amazing.
What is AR Platinum?
So AR Platinum is a friend of the show that has millions of followers on social media that watch him scratch off tickets.
Oh, that.
So does that?
That is weird. I think watching pimple poppers
is worse.
Weirder. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. AR Platinum's hustling though.
Oh, no doubt. He's credit to him. He's an entrepreneur making money and cashing in on it. I just what's worth to sit there and admit that you watch? People popping pimples or people scratching off lottery tickets?
Pimples.
It does sound that way, yes.
The pimples is grosser. The scratch-off tickets or watching it sounds way more boring, though. So I guess
there's a little bit of anticipation to see if someone wins.
Gross
it just
or
ain't
boring,
you.
I guess.
Yeah, there's a little bit of there's a little sweat there. You know what I mean? Some people like this to watch somebody else's bet. You know what I mean? There's a sweat there.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, you're following along with somebody's sports bet or whatever. There's a little bit of a sweat there.
But there's no there's also a big phenomenon now is in the card collectors world, you get older boxes of cards.
Unboxings.
Yeah, and then when they open up the individual packs to see what cards you got, people watch that religiously.
Unboxing videos are very popular on YouTube, for sure.
Yeah, I see that a lot on the TikTok, too. And follow me, Jeremy J. Branham. 3338, my significant other puts on pajamas and multiple layers of blankets, then cranks the AC down. Why not just use less blankets? That's fair. I like the
I'm actually kind of with them on that one.
I don't like to put on layers, but I do
I
like
don't
the
put on
coldness.
layers, but I do crank down. I'd rather have it colder and use a blanket than a little bit warmer and not use a blanket.
I am all about the coldness at night, but I do not layer up.
Yeah, me either. 4958, my wife will watch the Hallmark Channel for hours.
Ugh.
That sounds terrible. Have you ever watched the Hallmark Channel?
No.
I can't really say that I have.
I think that I've watched it like a couple of times whenever like I came home and it was already on.
There might be like a Christmas movie on during the Christmas holiday
Those are
where Lisa's
specifically
watching
what
it
I'm trying
with
to
the
avoid.
kids. Yeah. So Lisa and the kids, I'm like, sweet, there's a game on somewhere.
2414, wife thinks the ketchup goes in the pantry. It belongs on the fridge.
I agree with that 100%.
So you're the ketchup connoisseur here. You're the expert.
Ketchup refrigerated.
Yeah,
Love it.
why would you put it in the pantry?
So
Because
here's
you
where
can.
I mean, usually once you open something like that, you need to refrigerate it, right?
So
Supposedly it doesn't spoil. I don't trust it.
we put ours in the fridge. Like let's go ahead and put that out there now. We put ours in the fridge. But now that I think about it, like when you go to like a diner or like a hamburger place, they have ketchup bottles that just
True.
stay on the table.
Yeah,
you know
that's
what I
true.
mean?
Yep.
So like that's probably the most common usage of that. When my wife drinks takes that first drink of soda from a can or a bottle, she swishes it around in her mouth.
Ugh.
Trying to get the fizz rather.
Yeah, that's not. I can see how that could be annoying. Let's put it.
Somebody
that way.
says that it's the geolocation game. It's called GeoGuessr. So can you get GeoGuessr? Because it's actually kind of entertaining. I could imagine being in the airport like trying to play that game. Why? Okay, I'm not reading that one. Some people, so apparently there's a lot of geoguessing. I just discovered it. Yes, I was a noob to geoguessing until yesterday. Some people say it's called rain bolt too. I've never heard that. Yeah, geoguessing's cool. I like geoguessing. Okay, can't read that one. Hot fruits are better with cold ketchup. You ever tried that? No.
But you put hot fries in ketchup. I like cold ketchup with fries.
He said hot fruits though. That's like a warm.
Fruits. I thought you said hot foods.
Like no, he said fruits. So like that would be like a peach cobbler with cold ketchup on it.
Oh yeah, no.
That sounds brutal.
No.
My wife eats Lay's classic potato chips with chocolate ice cream. Mix them up in a bowl.
I've heard it does come off odd, but there are a lot of people out there that like the mix of the salty potato chips with something sweet.
Yeah, sweet and savory or whatever, and sweet and salty. But I'm not in on that. I can't do that. I can't do potato chips and ice cream.
See, I think that the problem here is that you should probably top them with the chips.
Yeah, I would try that.
Okay.
Yeah, crush up topped. I
Right.
don't think that you should be like mixing them in like a Cold Stone. When they mix in like the strawberries and the syrup or whatever into the ice cream. It shouldn't be mixed. I wouldn't mind a potato chip topped on my ice cream though. I don't think that would be awful.
No, I would try that.
Yeah,
RIP
it's kind of
Cold
like
Stone.
the people that like the crushed peanuts or whatever on their ice cream as well.
Yeah, it's a sundae.
Yeah, or like on the drumstick, it's crushed up on the topping.
Yeah, that's what the nut.
Yep.
I love a drumstick. Drumsticks are so good.
It's nearly a perfect dessert.
I think that's my favorite like ice cream you can get in a box. You know what I mean? Like you can get the dreamsicles, you can get like ice cream sandwiches, which those are pretty good too.
Yeah,
Ice cream sandwiches are good.
I thought you liked the chocolate taco. No.
I like the chocolate taco, but you can't get those anymore.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, and didn't they change the formula on those, the recipe?
Yeah, they're gonna make them like bougie, like hipsters are ruining them, making
The
them
chocolate
like
chip cookie ice cream
fusions.
sandwich is good.
Yeah, no, that's a go-to for
I
sure.
like just a classic ice cream sandwich.
Those are good too.
Either a classic ice cream sandwich or a classic drumstick. Those would be my top two. My wife eats popcorn with a pickle slices. Okay, that sounds kind of weird.
Yeah,
I do.
no, I'm
Now
out
I'll
on
put
that.
every now and then I'll put jalapenos on my pickle though.
On your pickle.
My bad. My popcorn.
Wow. And there's your honey, folks. There's your segment. Every now and then I'll put jalapenos on my pickle.
That's a loss on my
Yeah,
front
let's go
there.
out on that one.
What? Doesn't if their wife puts pickles on their popcorn, it makes the popcorn soggy.
It does make it a little wet. Yeah.
Yeah, I
It
don't
does
like
make-
that. There he goes again. He's rolling now.
I don't mind a little bit of jalapeno on my popcorn, though. That's not bad. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. What are all the mean
we
things?
just had it.
Oh, it's our mean things. What are the mean things you told us throughout the week? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's get to all the mean things you said through us all week long. This is Framber Valdez's music. Framber Valdez pitching today in Detroit.
It's the wrong version of it.
Is it?
Yep.
Which version was it supposed to be?
It wasn't the Peppers. It's the Ohio Players, I think.
Okay, I'll do that for next one.
Love roller coaster. So if he doesn't pitch well again, Brian, this could be the second time this week. It's on you.
Hopefully he pitches well. Hopefully the Astros score lots of runs. Hopefully
and he doesn't give up any. Yes.
Hopefully they sweep Detroit. Framber's on the mound today against Mize for the Tigers. Astros, Tigers throwing their horses this series though. It's gonna be challenging for the Stros. All right, let's get to our Friday car wreck of the day, which every Friday are the mean things that you told us throughout the week. Any mean things that's jumped out to you, Blankers, that you were told this week?
Too many to count. I'm fine.
Too many to count?
Yeah.
What?
It's not just you, Jeremy. It's life. It's fine.
For example, maybe, no, those eggs aren't yours. They're the dog's. Is that a mean thing you were told this week?
Wasn't this week. That's every week,
That
Brian.
steak is not yours, Joel?
Every week. Yeah, it's not just.
Go have cereal. That steak is for the dogs?
Well, the steak wouldn't be in the house because of the other thing
Oh,
that I
right,
mentioned.
right.
We don't have to bring that up.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's that?
There you go. The fact that we're not going to have steak in the house.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I understand now. Who said mean things to you? I'm a little concerned now. Do I need to beat somebody up?
It's nothing I can't handle, sir. I got it.
Do I need to beat somebody up?
No, I'm good, thanks.
You need your muscle?
Yeah, I do. I'll call you when I need you. Thanks.
Yeah, when he needs the muscle, he'll call somebody else.
Yeah. If you need some muscle, Blankers, make sure you call somebody else. All right?
Okay.
All right.
Got it.
Man, I hate to do this, but Branham is bringing this show down. Blank is intelligent, and Branham just vomits and diarrheas over the whole thing. Please just let him do what he's good at, i.e. calling Cougs games. Thank you for the compliment. Go Cougs. Thank you for the compliment there at the end. That's all that I read. I don't have time for naysayers and negativity. Worrying about negativity is just wasting time. So I'm just going to look at the last one, what he's good at, calling Coug games.
Wait, you're the voice of the Cougs?
No. I never say I'm the voice of the Cougs. Actually, a pet peeve of mine.
Okay.
No, I say I do radio for the Cougs. I don't like
You don't like being called the voice of the Cougs?
No, I think it's egotistical, honestly. Like, I'm being dead serious. I think that people that like to be called the voice are egotistical. Like, I know that it's synonymous with the job. I do understand that, but I never. And so, like, sometimes there's like promos and stuff that say the voice of the Cougars. Like basketball games, I think do say that. Mm-hmm. I think whenever you yourself call yourself the voice of wherever you're the voice of, I think you're an egomaniac, quite frankly.
Okay.
Yeah, you're the voice. Yeah,
a lot of people that there's some people I know that used to have it, insist on it on being on their business cards.
Am I wrong?
I can see your point.
Yeah, like I'm the voice of Houston Cougar basketball. No, you know who is? Kelvin Sampson is the voice of Houston Cougar basketball. So I don't. That's actually a pet peeve of mine. I mean that sincerely. I know it's very nuanced, but it's true. We were talking about football, basketball the other day.
Okay.
Somebody said that Zion would get hurt putting on the pads. Oh man, that's mean to Zion. That's very mean.
And also a distinct possibility.
I mean, he would get hurt at least walking to the field, but putting on the pads, he's not going to get hurt putting on the pads.
It could be the cleats' fault. They might blow out.
That was crazy. Remember when that happened?
Yeah.
He was so athletic that he blew out his own shoes.
And then he signed with the company that actually produced the shoe that blew out for a lot of money.
You know what that reminded me of when Zion blew his shoe up because he's so athletic? That reminded me of Bo Jackson blowing out his hip. Like, those guys are too big, too athletic to be doing things in Bo Jackson's case that a human body can handle, and in Zion's case that a Nike shoe can handle.
That was one of my buddies when he was a trainer for the Oilers told me that Lamar Lathan, that was his problem. His skeleton wasn't sturdy enough to handle the amount of muscle that the man had, and that's why he got hurt all the time.
That's wild, man.
That's pretty damn strong.
Yeah, that is nuts. Zion probably would get hurt quickly. And then John McClain was late because he was busy annoying on the other station he annoyed on. That was Wheat Straw. I like that one.
Yep.
Will this show ever be entertaining and make me laugh one single time? 4 question marks.
Keep trying.
And then somebody said blankers don't have it no more. I think that's when we were talking about
the Probably the crossover or the fat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was. What was your favorite mean thing that was said? I like the guy who called me said I was good at calling Cougs games. I appreciate that. It's nice of him.
Compliment, yeah.
Yeah, it was very nice of him. All right, it's going to do it for us. Hope all of you have a great weekend. Thanks to Brian for doing all the hard stuff, all the hard work, like playing the wrong Framber Valdez music. For Blank, I'm Brandon. We'll talk to you next week, Houston. Have a great one.